can pull it over here. Yeah, it's basically it. Full screen, full screen. The only thing is, make sure whatever you do, most important thing, this right here, this,
Mute.
yeah, don't leave that mic live. So, otherwise, conversations are being broadcast before they're supposed to. What did Samantha tell you? George is getting more or less observed tonight.
Assist.
Something assistant. So you basically, you got all of like, like all of the sitting there, all of the.
Roughly.
It's really easy.
That's a matter of doing it. Unless you're just.
I had a guy that was in here. Came in here with full meetings. And just like, man, this was like, maybe it was a generational thing. But he didn't comprehend it. There's some change.
Is the microphone on tonight?
What's that?
Microphone on tonight? I swear last time I was here, that microphone wasn't on. I was just checking to see if you had it on tonight. Okay. Because I couldn't hear anybody in there talking, but you weren't here. It was that other guy.
Nick, last week?
No, last week I wasn't here. And
I wasn't here last week.
everybody's
I didn't even-
texting me.
I didn't
and-
even know that there was a meeting.
Well, CATV did because Samantha had the list. I sent her the whole list. So I guess Chico came to bail them out.
Yeah.
Because, and then I got a nice note from Samantha that basically internally, person who schedules it missed it. And,
Because I literally got an email from Kim saying, "Oh, who's going to be here tonight?"
Oh.
I was like, "Oh, it froze."
well, they
I didn't
texted me,
even know
I'm
that.
home, and they said, did you let them know? I was like, yeah, I sent her because we had added ones, I sent her the list. I've sent her another list now, and she said she's received it because we had 2 more added last meeting. So
For
basically,
December, you mean?
huh?
For December,
Yes, 2 more in December,
those
yes.
Thursday night meetings.
Yeah. Which I have another thing to do, so we'll see. Anyways, yeah, I'm home and they're texting like, I was like, I don't know.
I was in Boston. I was
Oh,
like, I'm really, really not going to make it in 10 minutes.
no.
You could try, but
Mhm.
They got some quick. Didn't have to wait.
I'm sorry.
We didn't have to wait for anything.
Oh, you didn't? Oh, good.
Yeah, it was good.
Well, it was like, I don't know. What can I-
Yeah, it was just because like the week before, remember we had the technical difficulties with the cable.
Right, and the cable going
So I was
over
like,
there.
oh, God.
Which, that got fixed, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
It was the cable that goes underneath the ground.
Yeah.
So how'd they
yeah.
fix it?
Chico figured it out.
Really? That's very good.
But it was the last, we were like, no, that can't be
Yeah.
right.
Well, I was set to come, but Gail told me not to come to the budget meeting. So I was like, okay, I won't go. And then they're like texting me all this. I'm like, I should be there. I think I'm just gonna show up to the rest of them if I can, but.
So do you want to try doing the meeting, or do you want to watch? for a little bit? It's up to you. Yeah.
tell you about this one guy.
Yeah, I was calling references today. I was like, I don't know, who's this Danaler? I know a Danaler. but it's probably- Yeah, I saw it too. Yeah, I was like,
I would over and over and over. It really is an age. But I didn't figure that out till today,
I know, I didn't either.
so. I did a property tax lookup.
Oh, is it? Yeah,
So, you know, that's always my go-to because that's what I have access to.
yeah.
And I'm like, dang, that's an H. Where's the minutes? Okay. Where are you? Okay. That's my minutes.
So, he says, well. Organic Brussels sprouts in Vermont. Holy moly. It's water. Redo it.
It is almost the end of the month. Thank you. I forgot to send it out. Well, I've got.
That's all
tomorrow.
right, that's all right.
Thank you.
I just was down to my last one and I said, oh, I better make a bunch of copies and
Thank you.
put this down.
Thank you. Thank you.
You are so welcome.
I don't have to remember anymore. You remind me now, so.
Well, sometimes my memory's good, sometimes it's not.
That's okay. I put it right up here, select board timesheets. Oh, you remember, thank you so much.
How are you?
I think I might need it, good. Thank you. She made it.
Yeah. Because there was someone with him one time when he was here. Yeah. So I wasn't sure. Not that he would call. It's so funny on the phone. Now that the time is about 10 times larger. It must, somehow they know my age or something.
Sorry, I can't. Say something for me.
Right.
Sorry.
Right one. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay,
I just think it makes sense to keep it.
absolutely.
So so we don't have anything else. we would bring up.
That's the only, no, we haven't heard anything
Okay.
about any of those other things. So-
Gotcha.
Upstairs. No, thanks. Sure it's an old one?
Yeah, I have the new one right there.
Yeah, we.
Oh, this is the one you're supposed to pass in to get the new one.
But
It's dated. That's okay. I've only three, I only got three back. Well, I can use it for the next edition. Thank you. Thank you.
She just turned two. State finally terminated 5 month breaks and yeah. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, needs to own. Oh, yeah.
Is this yours?
So when it's up to, you want to go to the meeting or get started? See, you know how, are you familiar with Zoom? This program? You know, that, basically Zoom is what it's, signed to be.
Hi.
Microphone, right? Here you have the connection. So I read the.
Yeah.
We got so much fun. What's that?
Yeah. Hybels. Oh. Yes, that is good.
All your papers I left for you are now underneath Gail's, like by a water bottle. There's some papers under a notebook. Yeah, that's from Gail. And that was just the updated agenda. That's from Gail. She has a copy for you. And Paula, if you do talk, can you move that microphone closer to you? Thank you. Well, hard time at the corner hearing.
I almost dropped my pillow. I almost dropped my pillow. You're not doing a marathon meeting too much. I had been-
Yes.
Recording in progress. Oh. Yes, for breakfast too.
My daughter will be, yeah.
Really?
Did you saw this kid at the falls?
Almost.
Oh, yeah. We don't know.
I know.
No, I swear to God.
Your chair.
Sure looked,
So
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No problem.
thank you.
So what?
No, it was,
We are. Oh, thank you.
Everybody's. Gail, you have to accept.
See TV.
need, just let me know.
All good?
All right, great. All right, I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Hartford Selectboard on Tuesday, November 29th, 2022 at 6 p.m. The first item of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. Anyone like to lead us?
I will. Gail, did you? I pledge allegiance
To the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. All right, we have no business as the local liquor control board, no business at the local cannabis control board. I don't see any changes to our agenda. So we will go to public comments. So public comment, if you'd like to comment, please just walk right up to the microphone. Identify yourself, name, and then your town or village resident. You'll have 5 minutes to speak. We'll start with everyone in the room first, and then if there are people participating by Zoom who'd like to speak, we will go to them. I ask that you address the select board as a whole, that you refrain from any personal attacks. And just a note, we have kind of a packed agenda tonight. So if you have a comment that relates to one of the agenda items, it may be worth waiting to bring it up at that point so that we're all sort of on the same page. We're discussing a topic when it's up, but go ahead.
Good evening, my name is Jonathan Shackman. I live at 87 Waterloo Hill Road in Vermont. I live in a building that was owned by the town and shuttered by the school board. I lived there and worked there for 40 years. And last year was the first year that we did not have any access to walking across the beach covered bridge, other than when the bridge was destroyed by and I'm just checking in with you folks. Apparently, when I spoke to the town clerk last year, apparently the Vermont League of Cities and Towns said that the town had to put roadblocks across either end of the covered bridge in order for safety. Again, it seemed counterintuitive to have people with strollers, kids walking to school, parents and dogs, whatever, walking into the roadway when it's icy. It seemed to me that rather than slip and fall, it might occur in the bridge, it's better than a slip and die in this front. Also, the same situation was with the VIII cutoff bridge to West Hartford. That was completely shut off. No pedestrian traffic on the sidewalk. People had to walk the icy road in order to access this. And again, I think that there was perhaps it was incorrect, $380,000 such a plow sanding machine that used to maintain that at the town purpose. So I'm just throwing this out before we have too many first snows. Gee, a lot of us would like to walk across the bridge without slipping on the ice. You know, when the bridge was reconstructed, there is a flashing light now that says icy conditions, and it's been going on for a number of evenings lately. I'm just bringing it up to this board's consciousness that pedestrians have a right to use that walkway, and it needs to be advantageous to everyone. I understand it might be some liability.
All right, thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate it. Yeah.
I would just add, I think it's a similar situation for the VA cutoff bridge. Would be, it's the same consideration.
Yeah. And then, so we can ask Public Works. I think.
We can certainly look into it.
Yeah, okay, that would be great to get a sense. All right. Anyone else like to comment? Is there anyone on Zoom?
Okay, just want to hand it. Go ahead, Marie.
Hi, Marie Alvin, White River. I just wanted to make a couple of comments on the zoning board.
Hi, Marie.
We can't hear you.
Oh. I'm unmuted. I don't know what to tell you.
We can't hear you, Marie. Hold on.
Can you ask me to talk? Try again.
Can you see what, David?
What's it? No, I moved it off of here, so I can try to figure out. Okay. Can you ask me to try to speak again?
Marie, can you try again?
I am trying.
Marie? Muted.
Can you guys come back to it?
All right, Marie, we're gonna come back to you.
Anyone else on Zoom?
No other hands up at the moment.
No other hands up? Anyone in the room? Second chance? Yep.
So this is a review board. This is one issue for me. This is considered a hybrid meeting. And people should be able to come and talk. During a hybrid meeting. So I was hoping that this would happen. And these happen. These issues need to work out when we meet.
Thank you, Michelle. Lanny?
Yeah, Michelle, I will remind you that there's two ends of the conversation here. There's us, and then there's the people out there in the Zoom land. So it may not be all on this venue. So remember, there's two sides to communication when it comes to this.
So we try to go back to
I'm
Marie.
being told that audio to the internet is fine and that they can hear Marie, who was trying to speak again.
So the
Hello?
audio from Marie's coming through to people who are on Zoom, but not to us.
Yeah.
Is the volume on the TV on?
Yeah, is the volume on the TV up?
Ready to go.
It's out. I don't know.
Should we try Marie again, though? I'd hate to move on.
Hello?
You are connected to the TV with your computer?
I am, but my volume is shut off.
All right, we do have a comment in the meantime, I think.
Yes, my name is Joyce Perkins and I'm in Hartford Village. And I just have one kind of clarifying question, and that is, I know that we are going to be talking about the charge tonight. And I just wanted to know, during that time, if I have clarifying questions about some of the language in it, is that a time that I would bring that up?
I think that would be appropriate.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that would be okay once we, yeah, and I think we would prefer to have it during that particular portion when we're talking. Yep, thank you, Joyce. All right, so is Marie still on?
No, in fact, maybe she's getting off and back on again, but she's not on at the moment.
All right, if she's not on at the moment, maybe we'll wait, and if she comes back on, we can go to her. Okay. No other hands on Zoom.
Not at this moment.
Okay,
Is that going to be a problem with the people who are zooming in for?
I think we're gonna have to see.
Okay.
I hope not, but we'll see. All right, so we'll move to select board comments and announcements. We can start with Kim and make our way down.
I'm good.
Kim, Dan,
Good.
Mary.
Just to let you know that there was a wonderful group of people talking about climate change last night in room 2. This is our representatives, both the current and elected senators of Windsor County, and also reps Esme Cole and Coach Christie were here. And if you have any interest at all in what the state of Vermont is trying to do and how they're trying to do it legislative through climate issues, they're going to continue to have meetings like this. It was extremely well attended and very helpful. On the energy front, I also discovered from a friend of mine who's been working with other individuals here in the town on the energy committee that there is a training program that is coming up in the Hartford area. And the Vermont Adult Learning will be starting some new programming in this field after the first of the year. They will be focusing on basic training in energy efficiency, including weatherization, heat pump installations, and solar energy work. They're very interested in offering these programs in Hartford beginning in late winter or spring. All of the enrollment costs are fully paid For participants, they will also offer a stipend to cover expenses such as childcare, meals, and transportation. All we in the local area have to do is help in finding a site for the training to take place and identifying participants. So if you have any questions or any communication, the Hartford Energy Commission are the people that are the go-to people at this point.
Thank you, Mary. Alan, do you have anything?
I'm good.
A Rocket?
It is a joy and an honor to serve this town. Thanks for having me.
Laney?
There's nothing, thank you.
Nothing? Okay. And I don't have anything either. We can check back. Is Marie back on? No?
Oh,
Okay.
wait, she is back on. Marie, do you want to try again? Her hand's not up.
No.
Oh, wait, yeah, she just raised her hand.
Okay. Let's try and hear from Marie.
Okay, Marie, try again.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, hello, Marie.
Hi, thank you for bearing with me there. I just wanted to make a couple of comments on the meeting last night that was with the Zoning and Planning Commission. And there's clearly a weak link there that I really suggest the select board look at. Every decision that they had come to regarding Twin Pines and St. Paul's and the Haven, the decisions they originally made, everybody came back from those three areas and appealed, and everybody went back on their decision. So it really doesn't bode very well for the town of Hartford when the zoning can't stick with their own decisions, in my opinion. And I actually found that the lawyer for the Haven was somewhat intimidating and aggressive to the board, which was inappropriate as well. So I guess I would just, I don't know, keep your eye on that. I've mentioned it before, but it doesn't seem to bring any flags to anybody else. With all of this going on Hartford Avenue, I guess I'm just wondering, we now have another camper over at the Park and Ride. And as far as I know, that there is no overnight parking there. And that camper originally was parked at the Haven. And then it went to St. Paul's parking lot. And then I'm not sure who gave them permission to go to that Park and Ride, and it still sits there. So I guess I need some clarity. Maybe I need to put this on a separate agenda. Is this going to be the norm for Hartford Avenue now, campers in the Park and Ride? It's unsafe, and people are afraid to park their cars there. And I've also heard they're a drug dealer, but who isn't, I guess, on this strip here. So I guess, I don't know, would you advise that if this goes on the agenda? Do you folks, are you aware of it? Do you know what's going on? I've been told you are, and the police are, but the camper still sits there.
Thank you, Marie. Actually, tonight we have an agenda item. We're going to be hearing from the acting police chief and the police social worker. As you know, we've received plenty of concerns, complaints about abandoned vehicles in towns and the effectiveness essentially of the parking ordinance. And this raised, I think, a lot of questions for us about what kind of issues are there to enforce the ordinance, what kind of obstacles are there, things like getting towing companies, all that. So we've invited the chief here tonight and the police social worker to help us sort of understand the process. And if there are obstacles, be it not being able to find a towing company, be it, the way our ordinances are written, we hope that we can sort of identify what those obstacles are and find ways so that we can start taking care of that issue. So I'd ask that you stay tuned to that tonight. And if you have any questions that come up during that discussion, I'd encourage you to ask us those questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Yep. Okay, so we're going to go to appointments. We have a number of appointments tonight. We're going to start with the reappointment, considering the reappointment of Molly Smith Dunn to the Hartford Energy Commission for a 3-year term that begins on November 29th, 2022 and ends on November 28th, 2025. And I believe that Molly is going to join us by Zoom.
Yes,
Chairman?
good
Yes,
evening.
Lenny.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Ask a question on this first.
Yes, you can ask a question.
I I was not under the understanding we're for reappointments that we were having to fill out applications again.
That we were not, generally, we have.
For reappointments.
We're doing it now, yeah.
For reappointments?
Yeah.
Okay, so either for reappointments or appointments still.
Yeah,
Good, okay.
I think for a while they weren't necessarily required, were they for reappointments? Or they weren't required to come
For
in?
reappointments, it was not at one point in time. I just want
Yeah.
to know if it's going to be our standing policy going forward that for reappointments as well as appointments,
I think
we're going to
that's
have filling
what,
out the application. So
yeah, I think that's what, we would like. to
standard
see.
procedure. I'm fine with that. Just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page. Thank you. Sorry, Molly, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No problem.
Hi, Molly. So if you want to just tell us about your interest in being reappointed to the Energy Commission and anything else you think that we should know, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, sure. So in the few years since I've been on the Energy Commission, we've had the tremendous luck and to do a lot of really incredible projects, including the recently wrapped, no pun intended, window dressers program. We have the Trailblazers program that Mary kindly mentioned that we're looking forward to. I feel like we could have done a lot more, but we were slightly hampered by the pandemic. So I feel like there's a lot more work to do. I'm really excited to do it. We've got a really awesome team on the Energy Commission right now. We recently scooped up Esme Cole, who has already been absolutely fantastic, and just excited and hopeful to continue to do the good work that we've been doing over the past few years.
Great. Are there any questions for Molly? Lanny?
Yeah, Molly, under E on here, the application areas of need in the municipality, you put down that we need better outreach tools.
Yes.
What might you recommend as an outreach tool that would help this committee?
So something that I have been talking to the commission and to Dana Clausen about is the new Hartford website, ways we might be able to use that to get more information out. But also something that I personally really want to do over the winter months is conduct a survey within the town and just find out really how people are getting their information. Is it from the listservs? Is it from the newspaper? Is it from the TV? And then sort of design outreach materials to people depending on how they most regularly get their news. Because I do think that communication is a really big problem that we have. We have the resources to help folks when it comes to issues like energy efficiency, getting solar on homes, things like that. But we don't have the most effective or efficient ways to reach people. So I think addressing that issue first, and the new chair of the Hartford Energy Commission, Jesse Pollard, and I are coming up with sort of a two-pronged approach on how to continue to do the work that we're doing while simultaneously developing some new communication and outreach strategies.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just want to add to Molly and anyone else listening, on the homepage of the Hartford Town website, if you scroll down toward the bottom of the page, there's a link to how do you want to hear from the town? And it's a survey that was produced by a community outreach group or community consultants from the Tuck Business School that are working with the Hartford Committee on Racial Equity and Inclusion to ask just those questions. So if you do have an opportunity to tell us how you would like to get your information from the town, including the Energy Commission, please do fill out that survey.
Sure.
Lanny?
I'd like to make a motion to move to reappoint Molly Smith Dunn to the Hartford Energy Commission for a 3-year term beginning November 29th, 2022 and ending November 28th, 2025.
Second.
So we'll call Mary the second. Discussion. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Thank you very much, Molly.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to consider the appointment of Gaal Shepherd Crowl to the Hartford Tree Board for a 3-year term beginning November 29th, 2022 and ending November 28th, 2025. Gaal, if you want to come up.
I've lived in town for about just over a year now. And noticed a lot of problems with dying trees, and knew that some steps could have been taken to save them from dying. And so I went to, I didn't know who to go to. I asked around in the town, but I didn't know. Finally, I saw that there was a a tree board meeting, and so I went in to complain about.
Nine trucks.
So there was shrub board, because I even complained about shrub too, but. Long story short, I ended up.
There you are.
Papers in my face and saying, buildings out, we need you. So,
Great. Do you have any questions for Gail?
I have a question.
Yes, Lanny.
Not for Gail, but for Paula, I believe would be the question. Is this another person that would be on the tree board? Or is this replacing someone who's going to be on the tree board?
they're missing some, they are low on participants.
So this will be not, okay, so it's not going to stack the board. It'll be just basically replacing somebody that
Yeah,
wasn't out
something
there.
that's built.
There's a vacancy
Okay.
that's been posted.
What's that?
It's a vacancy.
Okay, thank you. That's,
Yeah.
it would be nice if,
Several.
it would be nice if going forward, we could know that on the applications, whether it's a vacancy or.
Yeah, and I'd like to see that on our website too,
Yeah.
getting our, is it posting type too?
Okay, that's the only question I had. I'm sure fine otherwise.
The way I know is that on the agenda that night, the last thing on the agenda was reach out and find more members with us.
It's nothing new. It's just trying to get some information for us. So.
Well, we're glad that you've applied. Okay. Any other questions? Make a motion, Dan?
I'd like to make a motion that we appoint Gail Shepherd Crowl to the Hartford Tree Board for a 3-year term beginning November 29th, 2022, ending November 28th, 2025.
I can second that.
We have a second from Rocket. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, congratulations, Gail. You're now on the tree board. Okay, so our next appointment is filling vacancies in our fairly newly created Hartford Committee on Housing and Homelessness. We have 5 potential applicants tonight. We're going to hear from all of them basically in a row as they're listed on the agenda. We will discuss this and make any potential appointments after our executive session at the end of the meeting. And we will notify that it will be announced in public session. It'll be in the minutes and we'll notify the applicants of whether or not they were selected by the committee. So we might as well, yes, Kim?
Just to be clear, who will notify them? Do you want to direct?
I can notify them
Okay,
as the chair. I will let everyone know. Okay, so we've got a mix of people here in person and in Zoom. Going alphabetically, Alex Belensz is the applicant. Is Alex on Zoom?
I am. Can you hear me?
Hi, Alex.
Everyone.
So could you, there'll probably be some questions for you as well, but could you tell us about your interest in serving on this committee and maybe what you think you bring to the committee in terms of your experience and knowledge?
Sure. Yeah, so I lived in White River Junction almost 2 years now. My partner and I purchased a house in January 2021. Before that, I lived in Lebanon for about 5 years. So Upper Valley feels very much like home these days. In terms of my interest in being on the committee, I think housing is probably the most acute challenge that we face as a community. And I think it's a varied and diverse issue. And I think it's something that I have some skill and experience to contribute towards addressing solutions, both short-term and long-term. In terms of background, my background is similar to the town planning staff. So I'm a community planner by trade. I have about 10 years of experience doing community planning work. 5 of that was doing work in New Hampshire, mostly with small rural communities. So I've done a fair amount of work around housing and other community planning issues. I helped to develop the Keys to the Valley regional housing study that came out about a year ago that helped kind of define and quantify the housing challenge that has existed in our region for a long time and continues to be a challenge. And so, yeah, my background coming into this is I do have professional experience on this issue, but I'm really, here as a community member and trying to help ensure long-term that this community remains livable and has high quality of life for residents of all backgrounds and income levels, and that we can identify some just solutions for housing that keep people in a stable situation in our community.
there any questions for Alex from the board? Ally, then Lynn?
Hi, Alex. Yeah, thanks for applying. And your application, you talked about kind of one of the areas of need being like a lack of agreement on what the solution should be. So I'm just wondering, I think that's an astute observation. And so I'm wondering, what do you see as some of the obstacles that we faced so far in finding agreement on some of these solutions, and what might be sort of your role in helping us get there and find some pathways to agreement if you were on this committee?
Sure. Yeah, so I'll answer that, recognizing that I am relatively new to this community, having only been here for about 2 years, but I will answer the best I can. I think part of it is that, the discussions and action around this have been kind of mostly kind of a patchwork and kind of responding to specific issues or incidents that have developed, and it hasn't really been tackled as in a comprehensive way. Again, to the best of my knowledge, I know a lot of people have been working on this, and that's not to put down anyone's efforts to date. But I think the formation of this committee, it's not a silver bullet by any means, but I think it is provides that kind of ongoing platform and venue for those discussions, and can provide that opportunity to look at things in a little bit more of a comprehensive way, as opposed to addressing issues as they come up.
Yes, under area need also, you state a lack of regional cooperation on housing policy support for unhoused populations. Can you give me an example of what you would see as a means to solve, or not a means, I guess, as an example of what regional cooperation would look like to you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot of different tools that could be out there, and I think there have been some examples of regional cooperation. Like there's been a group of some of the large employers, for example, have developed a capital pool to invest in workforce housing in the region that's being led by Mascoma Bank and some others. And so I think, to the extent where there can be sharing of resources and where we can push for that across different areas, I think that is something that could be looked at close. And I know this has been, looked at different levels in the past, but, I think there are, communities in our region that have, some pretty significant financial resources that I don't see contributing in the same way that Hartford and Lebanon have to this. And so to the extent that we can, pull in and formalize agreements with communities to, really tackle what is a regional challenge, I think that's important. To the extent, I think it's going to be a little bit of trial and error about what could really stick with those approaches. But to the extent, I would love to see something like a regional, affordable housing trust fund, or other, something that communities and other organizations are contributing to, something, different approaches like that could be looked at. But again, I don't think there's a silver bullet. I think it's going to be a little bit of trial and error, and a little bit of maybe putting some pressure on folks who need to be at the table to step up.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions for Alex? Okay, thanks, Alex. As I mentioned, we're going to do our deliberations in executive session, but we will announce and you'll be notified. Thank you very much for coming into Zoom.
Great, thank you, everyone.
Great, and the next person we're going to hear from is Patrick Danaler, I believe is here in person. So if you want to just come on up, Patrick, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Danaler. I live on Dillithan Hill in Hartford.
So what is your interest in being on the committee, and what do you think that you would bring to it?
Well, I think one of my interests is that at the time, I want to give back. I think I have an open mind, fair-minded, and I look at both sides. I own a home. I have family members who are homeless. So I think I can look at it from a neutral viewpoint, and I think I'm a good person to have on the committee.
On your application, you state you worked in United States Congress
I did.
for 3 years. As what, and what were you involved in for initiatives?
Well, I worked for James Jeffords back in the '70s and early '80s. I was professional aid. I mostly was involved in VA and elderly.
Did you get into housing or unhoused community issues at that point in time whatsoever?
No, that was not.
Thank you. And my apologies for not getting back to you. You emailed me before and ended up in my junk email box.
Yeah,
So,
feel like
sometimes. My apologies.
Are there other questions for Patrick at this point? Oh, Ellie, I'm sorry.
Hi, thanks for applying, Patrick. Are there particular issues related to housing and homelessness that you'd be excited to work on specifically in this committee? Anything in particular?
Well, I think so. I think the first thing is to really define the problem, measure it, and see where you want to go. Then choose your objective.
Good. All right, thank you, Patrick. And then I believe our next person would be Ralph Hybels, who is zooming in. Right. Hello, Ralph. Is he on?
Ralph, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Ralph.
Good. Here we are. Yes. Yeah, I'm Ralph Hybels, and I've lived in Hartford for about 4 years now, having spent about 20 in Norwich, where I had a great deal of involvement in the affordable housing initiatives there. And I'm looking forward to working in a town that is dramatically different yet so close to the town that I left a few years ago.
Absolutely. Now, what was some of the experience you had working in Norwich that you think might be helpful for this committee?
Well, sure. Let's see. I've done a lot of survey work in Norwich, both in Class 4 roads committee work many years ago, and then also on issues related to the town plan and affordable housing in particular. We got very close to one particular project, got a lot of community consensus, and that was several years ago. ABC Dairy, it fell through because the land didn't perk, and that really was the only reason. So we got that close. It was tantalizing how close we got to actually achieving the goal of developing something significant. I'm no longer on that committee, and I did chair it for a while, but now that I live in a different town, I'm no longer on that committee. But I keep up with the minutes and such, and I understand that they do have some irons in the fire. So I hope that something will significant come of those.
Lanny?
Yes, sir. Considering that, as you stated, that Norwich and Hartford are distinctly different towns and their makeups, Norwich in the past has been labeled a gold town, signifying that it has a lot of money there. So when you look at Norwich's plan towards affordable housing, and you look at what we can do in Hartford, what are some of the things that you can bring to Hartford from your experience there that would work in Hartford, considering that we are not the gold town that Norwich is?
Well, one of the differences I think in Hartford is that there is more of a track record in terms of providing workforce housing. And so I would expect there to be less resistance, although, the same dilemma faces both towns, which is kind of the two values. One, we value conservation and wildlife and all that goes with that. At the same time as we value, we have progressive values in relation to people as well. So, I think to the extent we were successful in Norwich, and I might be able to replicate that here, it was in building communities consensus, because, believe it or not, there actually was a very strong consensus and remains so in Norwich for something significant. Hartford has opportunities that are on a different and much larger scale, I believe, and some of those have already borne fruit.
So when you say less resistance in Hartford than you had in Norwich, I guess I'm not quite sure what you face for resistance in Norwich that we do not have here in Hartford.
I probably misspoke. Okay, it'll be much the same, but in everything we tried to do in Norwich, there was a great deal of resistance that was overcome, fortunately, by community upswell of goodwill towards creating workforce housing. Hartford is just a much more diverse community, and I think I was trying to reflect that in my comment, not really so much that there would not be similar resistance here.
Yeah, I'm curious about that.
Yes, Ralph, when you answer the next question, could you just speak up into your microphone a little more?
Sure.
Great. Mary?
Yeah, thank you for coming, Ralph. I just had a quick question. When you were answering the question about some solutions, you talk about following the principles of smart growth, including citizen participation in decision-making. Are you talking about citizen participation as being the residents of the town, or are you also including the people who might be affected by the decisions that this committee is working on?
Well, those are not mutually exclusive categories, I wouldn't think, but all of the above, all stakeholders. And so naturally, those who come to town meeting, those who are involved through writing to the letters to the editor, showing up to meetings, whatever it might be, and also, of course, volunteering to serve on committees. So, and then there's obviously the role of the select board, the role of the planning commission, and not only that, but the faith communities as well.
Thank you.
Other questions for Ralph? All right, thank you, Ralph.
Thank you.
We'll next hear from Dan Nott, who's here in person. Hello, Dan.
Hello.
So maybe if you want to just tell us about your interest in this committee and what you think that you would bring to it.
Sure. Yeah, I've been in the community for a number of years now. I've been volunteering with the Restorative Justice Center basically since I moved here for about 4 or 5 years now. And I just finished up work from the Charter Commission, and I enjoyed the process of being involved in the town and thinking about some of the issues facing the town. And when in my work at the Charter Commission, we started thinking about housing issues. There's a lot of comment, people worried about housing issues. So when I saw that there was vacancy for this, I thought this might be a good fit. Community should continue to be involved in the town. My trade is loosely as an artist and researcher, with a focus on civic engagement. My job is kind of learning about things and talking about them. This would be, housing policy would be a new thing for me. There would be a learning curve in that way, but it's that I would be looking forward to learning about. And I think I would also be bringing my experience as a renter in the town, since I moved here during the time that I was renting. The rent almost doubled in the course of 5 years. I am now fortunate to own a house in Wilder, so I'm not facing those issues right now, but I would like to help work on some of those issues.
Good. Questions for Dan? Sally?
Hi, Dan. Thanks for playing. I remember when you applied for the Charter Commission and then, reading again about and knowing, your skills in communicating information in an engaging way. And I would love to know if you have ideas for how this committee, should you be on it, how you would use your skills to kind of build a community engagement and communication around housing and homelessness.
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think that's one of the things that I could bring is the ability to convey information visually, even, or just know how to package information and how to relate to the public and how to even facilitate discussions. What I do in my work as a cartoonist, while it doesn't have as much to do with specific area of focus of housing, I think it's a useful skill to have on any public.
Thanks, Dan. Lenny?
Hey, Dan, I know you were, because I was on the charter committee as well, I know you're heavy into the town and charter in regards to the director protections. How do you see that as a effect on housing and homelessness in the Upper Valleys as we approaching this committee?
Or do you mean how with just cause eviction?
Yes.
Well, I think that, just cause eviction, I think would have to pass through the charter process. The town voters could get a kickback with the housing committee just into that. As you know, the charter provision, we identified that as something that's happening across the state and like a pretty vetted way of at least reducing sort of the most egregious examples of people being displaced from housing. So I was in support of that on the charter, maybe in support of it.
So do you see that as a short-term fix for the problem of homelessness in the Upper Valley?
I don't think it's as much as a fix as much as it is a policy that could prevent some of the most egregious evictions that we were seeing. It wouldn't actually prevent all of what we're seeing in terms of people being displaced from housing, but it would, I think, kind of a lot of the Americans.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan. And just for some folks here for just to let you know, part of the charter, which we'll be taking up next week, includes provision about just cause eviction, and we're going to take that up as a select board next week so that we can learn more information about it. So if you're interested in something like that, sorry, I'm getting the signal that the microphone is acting.
I had someone telling me they can hear it. We're very loud here.
Yeah, I got the message too that it's very dark.
I think it's probably just because of the fans.
And yeah.
Yeah, it's very loud.
The audio maybe. Turn the fan on.
Oh,
Right.
we're also being told that we can't hear the microphone where Dan is currently speaking.
They can hear the podium, but it's garbled, and I think it's just that this.
Our microphone's not garbled. That microphone's garbled, right? Okay. Yeah.
Dan, you want to say something?
Yes.
Again, is there anything?
I think we're just trying to figure out the microphone. So
Have it at test 1, 2, 3.
Would you, whoever's getting feedback, do you want to check if someone's commented? You're better.
I think we're okay. All right, anyhow, before that,
I mean, the frustrating reality is that people, if they want guaranteed to be part of the conversation, coming here is a sure way. And hopefully over time we can negotiate out some of these technical switches.
We do our best. Thanks, Dan. And just to reiterate what I was saying, we are going to take up the charter and learn more about not only the changes that it proposes overall, but also the issue of just cause eviction. So
Testing.
that may be
Testing.
of interest.
It does something.
I think that's good. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you, Dan. All right, then our final applicant is Michael Redmond. Hi, Michael. Tell us about your interest in this particular committee and what you think you would bring to it in terms of experience or knowledge.
Sure. So I'm Michael Redmond, I'm the executive director of the Upper Valley Haven. I've lived here for 4 years. I've been in that position at Haven. I'm involved in issues of housing and homelessness.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Look at.
We'll pause.
Is it possible if you think something smaller?
Could we have someone speak from?
Yes,
Yeah.
good.
Might
Good.
be. Mike, why don't you try over here?
And then if we could just make sure the camera tracks over to that seat, that would be great.
Have a try. That's all right.
Hi, executive director of the Upper Valley Haven, where I've been there for 4 years, where I've lived in town for that time. And so by the nature of my work, I've become familiar with the issues and challenges of affordable housing and homelessness. served on the ad hoc committee that I was appointed by the select board back in 2019. I'm trying to remember on homelessness. We issued I co-authored the final report that was sent in submitted in February of 2020. Just prior to COVID, and which has been cited often in some of the conversations about some of the challenges and where the opportunities might lie in helping to address those issues. I admire all the work that Hartford has done in examining its own regulations and policies that can encourage more affordable housing and addressing some of the challenges of homelessness as well. I think it's a model community, and I think one of the roles of this new committee can be on how we continue to be working at some leading edge ways of thinking about that, and then working in partnership with the core towns here, to each finding their own roles and expanding upon them. I think Lebanon does a good job too, though Hanover and Norwich perhaps less so. I think there have been some good suggestions coming forward, such as Keys to the Valley from the 3 regional planning commissions. I think some of the suggestions as opportunities that are contained within there. The town has been working on some of those, but I think there might be some additional opportunities as well. I think so. Maybe that's enough to start, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Michael? Yeah, Mike. As part of your work at the Haven, you've been perceived by some as a saint, and some as
something else.
Lesser than that.
Yeah.
So do you see any of the work that you're trying to do in the different sides of the problem in Hartford being anything for a deterrent for your serving on the board? And how will you navigate that division in a role on this board?
I think there are different. Yeah, obviously there's a lot of overlap in the assignment. I think the general reason that Ali proposed having this committee was to try to get more citizen participation in how the community could be as responsive as it can in taking up these challenges. And so that's a broad charge. I think that will be refined more as the committee works. I would be a member of a committee. I'm not leading an organization, as I lead an organization. So this is, the committee will be determining how it implements that charge, and perhaps there'll be other members joining. I think it would be better if there were some additional members too. So the work that I do for the Haven is leading an organization which involves a lot of work, including areas outside of the affordable housing and homelessness as issues. Our food, our programs are pretty extensive as well. I would be interested, Lanny, if you had any thoughts about whether ways that you thought there might be some things I'm overlooking, and I'd welcome the advice.
The other question I guess I have is, are you currently a resident of the town of Hartford?
I have a residence here. It's not my primary residence, but I'm here Monday through Friday and many weekends as well.
Where's your primary residence?
It's in Peterborough, New Hampshire. So it's an hour and a half away.
Okay. Did you read the charge on this committee?
I did.
And you know that the charge states that it's supposed to be, the Constitution supposed to be made up of Hartford residents.
Does you tell me, is paying rent and living here vast majority of the days of the week is that a resident or not? You know, it's open. If I'm not eligible, then obviously I wouldn't serve.
Well, that's why I asked where you claim residency.
Yeah.
So. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
More questions from the board? Yeah, thank you, Michael.
Okay.
I guess I have a comment.
Okay.
Michael, and maybe my rambling will merge into a question, but it kind of builds off Lanny was just saying the perception. Obviously, there's been a lot of controversy we've heard. I mean, even in just my first 6-7 months on the board here, around the Haven and the work there. And Michael, you know, I came and toured in June, and I have a great respect for the amount of initiatives you're taking on, the enormous staff that you're running, and volunteer program, and all these great work programs that I think are of immense value to a society to provide a safety net for people in need. So we had, as a board, received some concerns about your residency, and I just wanted to say that I came into this meeting tonight with that same question, and I figured Lanny would ask it, so I just gave him a chance.
Right.
But I also appreciate you, your candor and admitting that. And I think for us as a board, it is worthy of a question to ask ourselves, which is, you know, to what extent is it appropriate for us, who will represent the voting, tax-paying citizens of Hartford, to limit our committees to participation within legal residents of our community? And to what extent is it appropriate for us to also consider membership on our committees of individuals who spend a tremendous amount of time within our town and have a vested interest in our town? I don't have a solid answer for that, but I think it's a philosophical question that does beg some answering, because I think when we kind of keep punting on that question, I think we leave the opportunity for a lot of ambiguity in our community, and ambiguity is oftentimes the grounds from which a lot of misunderstanding can start. So I just want to say I appreciate your candor in it. I don't have a strong answer as to whether or not it would be appropriate or not, and I guess it's something that the board will take up as a whole.
Yeah.
Just as you know, as I've been open, where I say, is having all the services of the Haven agglomerated in one location better than having the same services distributed amongst a broader set of locations? Right? I don't have a strong answer about that, but I appreciate your candor in that, and I think this is a conversation that we should take up further as a board.
Yeah, if I could be helpful, and certainly I obviously have a lot of knowledge, and I think about it, the work all the time. If it's helpful, it's great. I like the committees, the members that are the people that also ask to be members. I think there's a lot of knowledge there too. So I leave it up to the consideration of the select board.
Well, without knowing the temperature of the board, I would ask you personally that if the board ends up not approving you to be on this commission, that you would still.
My wife will be happy.
But also that you would nonetheless continue to offer your expertise to the commission.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to, you can go to meetings without being a member of the board. I suspect some of my staff who don't live in town, but work here might come to meetings too. But I would definitely continue to participate. So because I'm invested in the issues and in the community. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure, good. Can you go up to the mic?
Yeah, this way.
Or go over there?
No. You can.
You just need to be on.
Actually, you're supposed to be addressed to the board.
I'm Doris Philandri. I'm from Wilder. And actually, I didn't know Mr. Redmond was the executive director of the Haven. And I just recently had an issue on Hartford Ave in reference to the big RV that's parked in the parking lot that everybody has known about. I actually pulled in there Sunday late afternoon because I was meeting somebody there, and I had an issue. There's a couple of gentlemen there, had their hoods open in the vehicles, working on that big, lovely RV that we have in town here, gas cans and whatnot. So when I pulled in, he started yelling stuff out at me, and I had myself, my significant other, and 2 disabled folks in my vehicle, and I was waiting to meet somebody. And when I pulled in, I looked to the right, looked to the left to wait for the vehicle that I was waiting for. And I rolled down my window and I said, "Did you say something?" And he started screaming at me, telling me he's having a bad day, blah, 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 and thought that I was looking at him. So I basically just rode in that parking ride, rolled down my window, and here these 2 guys are screaming at me, had the hoods open, working in the parking ride, gas tanks, propane tanks and whatnot, trash all over the parking ride. But anyways, getting back to Mr. Redmond, I was not aware he was the executive director. And I have pictures of that same afternoon of an expired plates of a camper RV that actually parks in that Haven parking lot all the time. And my question is, if you're the executive director there, this RV that continues to park there is expired. It comes for a couple of days, it leaves. It has an expired plate on there. It has a radiator that is leaning up against a pole on the Route 5 Hartford Avenue. That is a safety concern because we have children that walk by there all the time. It has all kinds of debris. It's on jacks. It's on a jack that is very unsafe. Anybody that walks by, it has an extension cord that runs from the RV all the way up to a house on the right side of the Haven. Has a couple of chairs, a Home Depot bucket just laying there, debris. So being an executive director of that Haven and being the concern that you'd like to, help our homeless and all that, how is that beautifying Hartford? Like allowing this stuff to happen on the Haven property?
I don't think.
Why is he writing that our names back there?
It's from the Valley News.
Okay, I'm just wondering.
You don't have to answer if you don't want.
Okay, well, actually, in reference to this Wilder parking lot incident, one of the gentlemen that was there after I called the police and the police came and told me that it's out of their hands. They can't do anything in this town about this. People are tired of hearing they can't do anything about this. The white car that was there with the hood open drove over to the Haven, parked there and stayed there. Continues to park over there and stay there and sleep in their vehicle. It's an issue that everybody knows about in this town. And my fear is somebody's gonna get hurt because people can't even park in that parking ride without them saying anything. People can't walk by there without them saying stuff to people, to anybody. Kids walk by that parking ride every day. He's a registered sex offender. He's a drug dealer. How many times do we have to come to the select board and ask for help? The police keep telling us that it's out of their hands. They can't do anything. Why? The signs up there, it's a disgrace in this town. It looks like a dump yard. There's more and more vehicles going over there with their hoods open and they're working on vehicles, putting them up on ramps over there. It's not a garage, it's not a junkyard, it's a parking ride, it's a state parking ride, isn't it?
And we are hearing later from Connie Kelly and the police social worker, and I think we can get a little more light dead on what some of those obstacles are to actually enforcing it and see how we can come up, with whatever solutions we can to try and address that problem.
I mean, there is gas cans under there too, I'm concerned.
It's coming up on the.
Point of order.
So we will discuss that.
Point of order, that's not relevant to the discussion at this point.
Right.
We're focusing on.
We are taking the ordinance up later, so if you do want to stick around and then comment.
This evening?
Yes, this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Can I make a comment on what the topic is?
Yes, please, come on.
My name is Heidi Duto and I'm from White River Junction, Vermont. I would just like to refresh the board when this topic of this standing committee was brought up, that one of the quote unquote standards for this committee was that they must be a Hartford resident and they must be a voting Hartford resident.
I'm not sure about the
Doesn't
voting
say
part,
that.
but it does say Hartford residents.
Yes, it was. I was sitting right in the back of this room.
I'm sorry, I've been looking at the charge.
I think it just is.
Unless I'm mistaken, I think it just says it'll be.
They're just saying people wait and discuss.
I believe in the town rules. In order to be a Hartford resident, I think you need to write. I think you really need to look into what you know. You have been violating open meeting laws. You do not know your charters because you would not have two people standing as our town manager, whether it's assistant town manager and an acting assistant town manager, because you are violating our charter in many ways. So, sir, please look into your rules.
Any other comments from the public? Yes, Joyce.
Yes, my name is Joyce Perkins and I'm from Hartford.
Yeah.
And I want to say that over the time that I know that Mr. Redmond has spent at the, has been at the Haven, he has done a tremendous amount of work. I do not in any way think his work with the Haven, what he has done so far, has in any way been a problem. The problem that we're getting into now is the same thing that many of the people I know who have lived in this town for the number of years I've lived in this town is when you take on too many things or put things on too many spaces. I really think that Mr. Redmond is a fantastic resource. I do not support him being on this committee.
Thank you very much, Joyce. Any other comments? All right, well, thanks, everyone. As I said, we are going to deliberate over the applications in our executive session at the end of the meeting, and we will come back out after that session and make any announcement, take any votes that we need to do. So I appreciate everyone coming in and everyone's comments. Thank you very much. All right, so we're going to move on to the board reports, motions, and ordinances. And we have the audit presentation for the fiscal year 22 budget. Gail, I think I'll turn it over to you, or at least to introduce the auditors.
Yes, I did ask them. So we have Bonnie Dow and John Mudgett from the audit firm. Mudgett, Janet Krog, and Wesner. They do our independent audit annually, and I did ask for them to be panelists.
Okay.
Bonnie said that she did see it, but then it disappeared.
Can you re-invite Bonnie Dow and John Mudgett as panelists, please?
So while they're doing that, just a reminder, the discussion that will happen tonight will be between the board and the auditors. Me being the finance director, I have to not be included in that conversation.
That sounds good. Thank you, Gail.
So I do see Bonnie and John on there now.
Great. Hello, Bonnie. Hello, John.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. So I understand that you have a presentation for the board about the audit.
Hold on, can you hear me now? I think I unmuted.
Yes, we can hear you.
But I've lost my video. Don't know if you can see me, but if you can hear me, that's probably good.
We can hear you.
Well,
I didn't know
good.
if there was a PowerPoint presentation or anything you had, or.
No, I don't believe that they're
Nope.
giving a presentation.
Nope.
The audit was presented, and then if you have questions or concerns, I think they'll give you an overview, but.
Great. Okay. Yeah, John, well, we're here. If you want to give us an overview of the audit, that would be great.
I've got Bonnie with us also, I believe, and Bonnie, of course, conducted the audit primarily. My participation's been a little bit limited this year to reviewing what she's got and making a couple of suggestions here and there. I think I will probably ask Bonnie if she'd like to give you a little overview.
Sure.
I can. I know Gail provided you all with the draft of the financial statement package. Excuse my voice, I'm battling with a cold, so hopefully you guys can hear me okay.
Sure.
Our audit opinion in the front of the package does indicate that our opinion is unmodified, which means that it's not materially misstated. We don't have any significant modifications or any qualifications that are pointed out in that report. Your financial statements that are presented from that point on are in compliance with GAAP. And I know Gail has spent a lengthy amount of time reviewing them to make sure she completely understands and has her books and records in agreement with the numbers that you see throughout the audit report. In the very back is a second opinion, which is on page 54, regarding our findings. We did not identify any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in internal control. That's consistent with past years. Gaal does a pretty good job in making sure that everything is operating the way that it should, and that the controls are in place to make sure things are running smoothly. The opinion behind that is our opinion on the federal award audit, which is all of your federal grant funding. This year, I also did not identify any findings related to the federal audit portion of the audit. And the major program that I focused on during the single audit was the highway planning and construction grants, which are on the first page of the schedule of federal awards. That big, like $1.5 million that you spent this year on your larger, I believe that was the roundabout project.
I'm sorry to interrupt. What page of the audit are you on? Page 59. Thank you.
59 is where the schedule of federal awards is. Okay. All of your federal funding is on page 59 and 60. So the very last opinion in our package, which was on page 56, is referring to just those 2 pages of the very end of the audit package. Kim, were you able to figure out where I was in there? Sorry, I wasn't throwing page numbers out there.
Nope, it's good. Thank you. So many pages.
Yeah. And then at the very end, the last 2 pages of the package lists all of our findings in a very brief summary form. Your report was unmodified. There was no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies reported in either the Yellow Book or the federal award reports. And then it does list an audit finding, which is actually an other matter related to the welcoming Hartford ordinance that's been there for the past couple of years. That finding itself has not changed since last year, but it has changed since the very first year that we included that in the report.
Board have any questions? Comments? Yep.
And thank you both, John and Bonnie, for answering the questions that I had sent along, and especially for sharing that the memo from the attorney. I was actually encouraged by that. So, what would be the process if I realized that we did not manage to file a response to the welcoming Hartford ordinance finding in time for this year's audit schedule? But if the sitting board in 2023 wants to issue a response to the finding, what would that process entail?
We haven't finalized this report yet. So if the board did want to include a response, we can add that before we finalize it this year, if that's what you'd like to do. I believe the board chose not to include one last year. So at the moment, it doesn't have one in there. We were assuming the board didn't want to include one based on the conversations I had with Gaal. But if you do want to include one, you still can. Or if you wanted to have one next year, just when we're in the process of reviewing the draft, we need a written statement from you guys that you'd like to have included.
What's the deadline for this year?
There isn't really. It's March 31st is when it has to be filed with the Federal Audit Clearinghouse. But I know you guys like to have it final before you do your budgets.
Yeah.
It's pretty much final now. The numbers are not going to change just by adding a paragraph. So
okay. Okay.
If you needed to take some time to write something and include it, you want it included this year, we could do that.
I think probably what I would propose is that myself and if any others are interested might draft something that the board can review, but I think we probably won't do that for this particular fiscal audit, but maybe for the 23. Yeah, and I like in that citing of the state versus Department of Justice, the citation for that suit, it was a case specifically regarding the JAG burn grant, which we've known all along was one that would be excluded from, that we would not certify compliance if the town were ever to apply for that particular grant, because one of the applicable laws that needs to be in compliance for the JAG burn grant is the 1373, whereas other federal grants that we apply for have other applicable laws that need to be in compliance. It's not, I still interpret this memorandum as being applicable laws that we need to be in compliance with. Like, for example, we've referenced ADA laws, that the town is not always 100% in compliance with ADA laws, and including, cannabis legalization, like the town is not going to be in compliance with all federal cannabis laws. So it's laws that are applicable to the funding, whether it's USDA or, so I think it will be interesting I would be interested to draft something that we might put in as a response to next year's fiscal audit.
Are there adverse consequences for having that on the audit, Bonnie?
Not necessarily. It's included there more because it's a potential compliance violation. More that the answer isn't really known depending on what programs and what grants the town participates in each year. Funding agencies change, grant documents change on a very quick basis whenever the town gets a new award, which was why it's listed in there as an other matter, as a potential problem, not necessarily a hard and fast known issue for a particular program that the town has now. I don't know if John, if you want to add anything to that.
Well, I was taking a quick look at the legal memorandum that, and I was thinking in there at least one of the thoughts was that there might be a broader application than has been interpreted in the past. I realize that you've had conflicting opinions from different attorneys, so I don't know that in the present environment you'll get into any trouble at all. That's why I think when Bonnie and I talked about whether to include it, it's really because the code sections that are cited are still in existence, and if the state or federal grantor agencies were to decide to take a different view than they have in the past and decided to actually enforce those code provisions, that could have some negative impact on the town.
Thank you, Lanny.
Yeah, I have a very difficult time understanding all this legal mumbo jumbo. I'll be honest. My biggest concern is, and I guess it'd be a question for our finance director, her role as finance director, is that in your role as finance director, do you have any hesitations with administering the grants that we currently have? Are they conflicted in any way with the WHO? That's my biggest concern.
So currently, since the WHO has been put into place, as the finance director, I certify the amount of funds that have been utilized, and I certify the amount meets the use of what they're supposed to be for. I do not certify compliance with the
But now you have a role of acting town manager. How is that going to play into your role?
Do not certify grants.
And who will certify
the
those?
chair
Board
or
chair.
the vice chair certify it.
Okay, that's why I just want to make sure that we're still able to function with the grants moving forward, and that's a place you're comfortable with, and the chair's comfortable with that. So
Currently, what we have in place works.
okay, that's
Should the board chair or the vice chair change, and the individuals who take on that role are not comfortable doing that, then certainly that would be another discussion that we would have. But currently what we have in place does work quite
Just want to
well.
make sure we can have business, conduct business. So that's a big thing. Thank you. It wasn't meant to put you on the spot or anything. I just needed to be able to make sure we can function.
Yeah, no worries at all. Mike, may I speak about something though?
Yes, absolutely. Go.
So I just want to clarify regarding the timeline. I did let the board know that we needed to have a response from them prior to the meeting this evening, because we would like to get this audit finalized. So I appreciate that you're giving them the opportunity to give a response in the audit. However, they did have ample time to provide a response prior to this date. Unfortunately, time got away and they weren't able to. So I just wanted to make sure that I own that timeline for that. And also providing a response. I just want to make sure that Bonnie or John, that you can clarify for the board, by providing a response does not remove the finding that's within the audit. And also, if there's a clarification that you can provide for them, if they wanted to have the finding removed, what needed to be done to remove that finding. And may I ask if you could provide clarification on those two things, please?
Well, I'll start by saying the finding is something that is described as a result of audit procedures that have been done, and so the response to the finding doesn't necessarily remove the finding, and in most cases it doesn't contradict the finding. However, it's there. Usually when we get a response to a finding, it's something along the lines of what management's plans are in the future to remove the condition described in the finding.
So there's no option for you to remove it, only for us to remove it?
Well, it's an audit decision, and if we were to conclude based on information we were given that the situation had changed and that there was no condition that warranted a finding, we can certainly remove it.
Understood. And may I?
Yes, please.
And I don't want to spend too much time on this, because this was, I very much value and appreciate the into the audit and how the accuracy of the finance department has brought us to this excellent report again. But so just to clarify, for example, if that particular case that was cited was overturned or went to a higher court and was like if that particular court case were no longer considered, I don't know what the terminology is, but legal precedent maybe, would that be something that would modify a finding in the future?
Well, it would certainly be a situation that would probably modify the way the condition was written, or whether it would be grounds for removing it. I don't know. As I said earlier, I think the ultimate reason that the condition was described the way it was this year, which is a little different than 2 years ago.
Yeah.
But in this year's update, it really is in there primarily because the law hasn't changed, and that puts you in a position of being at variance with a law that at least some of the opinions you got indicated could have an impact on federal funding for the town.
Correct. And some of the opinions we got said that it would not. So,
yeah, you're right. All I'm trying to do is to make sure that we're as transparent as we can be, and that it doesn't come back as a surprise that if the grantor agencies decide to enforce those provisions, that the town could be asked to either forego more funding or return some money that you've already received.
Understood. Thank you.
Any questions?
this is directed to the select board, not to the auditors, but what would be the process by which we would modify or eliminate the who to be in
I
compliance?
think that's another conversation.
But, okay, so then what remedies would we have besides, in order to remove this statement in the audit, we would have to take some sort of action, right? A response alone does not merit a change in the audit's findings, right? So if we wanted this changed in a reflected change in the audit itself, we as a select board would have to make some sort of modification to not put ourselves at risk to losing federal funding. That's sort of their assessment, is that we are potentially jeopardizing our ability to get federal funding, or put ourselves in a position where federal funding could be clawed back in the event of, let's say, an administrative decision at the federal level to put everyone in compliance. Is that correct?
With the whole history of it, it's really,
It just
it's clear whether this has any real effect. It's been in our audit for like 2.5 years.
I agree with Kim. It's a topic that it bears a lot more time than is available
Yeah,
at this
you already
point.
have to.
I'm just saying that you were talking about writing a comment in response to the audit. But that changes nothing about the audit itself, right? So then the audit.
Depends on what the comment.
Yeah.
Well, they just
So
said,
for this year,
yeah,
I don't suggest we try to, I'm happy to, put another agenda item on if you want to discuss the who more thoroughly.
Yeah.
I don't think we have time to do it.
I'm building off of your comment, Kim, which was to comment in response to the audit. And then what I heard, and John, I might be wrong, but what I heard is that no comment that we make is going to adjust their evaluation of their.
It's fine. It can still just be a response. There's a finding
Right.
and there's a response. It's just an option.
I know how that works, yeah. But I'm just saying that if we actually wanted to materially change what the audit was, that would require material action on the part of the select board, whatnot.
Or the Supreme Court.
Or the US Congress,
Mhm.
right? So, okay.
Well, I think that we had the opportunity to draft something, and we didn't. So I, kind of missed that deadline. So, it looks otherwise like the audit is good. And that'll stay on there for another year. So it might be happy to accept a motion that we accept the auditor's report. Unless there are further questions.
I move to accept the independent auditor's report of the fiscal year ending 2022 draft financial statements as presented.
No. May I make a friendly amendment?
I'm reading it as it states it, so.
Yes.
You should have received a packet at your
Find the
seat
right-
regarding the 2 revised pages that were put in it, and it's just a simple change to the motion that needs to be.
So go ahead and offer the friendly amendment. Go ahead.
So the friendly amendment is motion needs to accept the independent auditor's report on the fiscal year ending 2022 draft financial statements as revised on 11/26/22.
Friendly amendment accepted.
I second the
We
motion.
have a second, Mary. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Thank you very much, John and Bonnie.
Well, thanks for inviting us, and we appreciate your attention to all of the matters.
Thank you very much.
Great.
Okay.
Great.
Great now?
Yeah.
Making good time.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, we're running right on time, I think.
Oh, we're far ahead.
They were just great.
Oh, yeah, we are early, actually.
Yeah.
Do we want to hear the town clerk and then take a break?
Yes, you did.
Good.
Yeah, she is.
She's quick.
Lisa, we're gonna summon you. And then we will take a break.
I need to be able to share my screen.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lisa O'Neill, the town clerk. Thanks for taking the time to hear our budget. So the town
clerk's office has two budgets, one called elections and one called vital statistics. Elections sort of speaks for itself. And vital statistics is everything else not encompassed by elections, and I'll touch on both of those. I know you have a full agenda tonight and you received this packet before the meeting, so I'll try and keep it brief. Gail is my slide guru here, and I appreciate her doing that. On slide number 2, just the next one, it's just a graphic and an overview of what the clerk's office does, the kinds of things we're responsible for, in case anyone is interested. On slide 3, it gives you an overview of the general things within the elections budget, to include the salaries, and it outlines for you what that means. And it's the Board of Civil Authority Activities and assistant election workers who help us put on the elections for the community. It also includes abatement hearings and tax appeal hearings that the BCA is responsible for. And in FY24, we'll be responsible for the biennial checklist review, which happens every 2 years in an effort to keep our checklist as current as possible, and any other meetings that might be necessary during that time. For advertising, we usually advertise for the positions to be elected during town and school district meeting. And then we have historically for the last 2 years, and anticipate again doing in 2023, a reminder postcard for our voters that they have the option to vote early or absentee. And we've seen an increase in our local election participation because of that effort. Contracted services generally means our voting tabulating machines being programmed appropriately for the election. And then general materials and supplies. And as we know, those general goods and services continue to increase in cost, but that includes ballot printing, the postcard, any election supplies, and then we feed our election workers on election day. So that's included in that as well. And that's a general overview. On the next slide, I did a comparison of FY23, which is the budget we're in now, and FY24, and it shows you the differential. We made a slight adjustment downward. We have fewer elections in FY24, at least the ones we know about. So that's the overview of elections in general. A couple of the highlights. Many of you know we installed the secure drop box outside, which has been well received. We had the state supplied us with 3 new voting tabulators, as it did statewide. Those have worked very well so far. For those of you who've been helping on elections, you know that. We also this last year were involved in the legislative redistricting that took up a lot of the BCA's time, and that was a critical effort for them. And then other midterm elections, so our November elections, the results are out. As you know, the state mailed ballots to all active non-challenged voters. I anticipated that we would have received a much bigger turnout and as a result of that, and we didn't. We had fewer than 500 more voters in 2022 than we did in 2018, and we didn't have ballots mailed then. And statewide, the numbers were somewhat similar, fairly small percentage. Whether that will change over time, I don't know, but I throw it in there for you just anecdotally, because locally some people have advocated for universal mailing for our local elections, and I'm not sure the investment is borne out by the results. So I just throw that in there for that. And that's pretty much it for the elections portion. If you scoot ahead to slide number 6, it gives you an overview of the vital statistics and similar categories. Salary includes the current clerk and assistant clerk's salaries, and I've encompassed for all of those, includes the not just the salary, but includes all the benefits included in those. And we have, I'm proposing the addition of a part-time assistant clerk. Then I'll go into that a little bit more. And then the other items, travel and meetings, these are fairly standard. I go to a couple conferences and trainings throughout the year. Some advertising, membership dues, again, for the Clerks Association. I anticipate we would need recruitment and training efforts if we were to get the proposed part-time assistant clerk. And the contracted services are spelled out both in your budget book and here. We use a fair amount of postage in our department, as you might imagine. And then materials and supplies, we have specialized papers and books and things that are required to keep our records preserved. So that's an overview. And again, I did the same thing here with the FY 24 and 23 comparison. And it's largely, the reflection is largely due to the addition of the proposed part-time assistant clerk. Few highlights here. As I said, proposing an addition of a part-time assistant clerk. I'd like to be clear that that is not an administrative assistant position. We're talking about another person who would work part-time, but be responsible for all of the same things that the assistant clerk and myself are responsible for. The office we've seen, I've been here almost 5 years, we've seen an increased demand on the office, both from things that come down from the state level, but even locally as our community grows. And we really need, as we look ahead, need to build some depth into our department. And I think it is the best approach to serve our community as the demand continues to expand and grow. We have been slowly, more slowly than I would have liked, but with the pandemic and other restrictions, slowly starting to explore choosing a vendor for online land records, which is something I've talked about for some time. So we're continuing that effort. We continue to send out restoration projects to restore some of our older records. When I first started here, former town manager Leo Puller asked me to have somebody come do an assessment of how much it would cost to restore the things that we had in our vault. And at that time, it was about $300,000. And we've been picking away at that priority list. And we'll do so this year as well. Our dog licenses, finally, this seems minor, but during the pandemic, the number of dog licenses that were issued was about half of what we would normally do. And that's just for the health of our community and health of our the dogs in the community and community members. So that's important. It sounds trivial, but it isn't. I will say the Department of Liquor Control, they rolled out a new licensing portal, which we are all slowly being tortured by, but I'm sure as we get more accustomed to it, it will become more streamlined than it is. But the state level, the applicants and our office, we're all fumbling through it a little bit more, so it's consuming a fair amount of time. And then, as you know, we now have a local cannabis control commission. So as those applications begin to come in, it will be our office that pushes the paper for that licensing as well. And I'll open it up to questions.
So Lisa, you get, like, people are paying application fees, permit fees, things like that. And I imagine your office keeps some of that. That's the revenue. Is that the revenue line on there?
So we get recording fees. So every piece of recording that comes in is $15 a page, and that fee is set by the state, not by us. A portion of that is applied to reserve funds we have for digitization and restoration, and the lion's share of it goes back to your general fund. But there are other fees such as dog licensing, marriage licenses, and certified copies and things like that. A portion of those, matter of fact, the majority of that goes back to the state. We push the paper and they take they take a lot of the money, not all of it, but
yeah, sure. Well, the revenue is fairly steady, like year over year. Or
it depends. Well, it's based on the economy and the real estate market. So in the last few years, it's been robust, but we are already seeing a drop in that. And I imagine it will revert back to what the average was before I started.
Do you imagine like an increase in work hours for the cannabis licenses, or is it? I know
there will certainly be some. It's hard to know because we haven't done it yet, but based on the process, there's certainly some work hours there for sure.
So before we completely open the floor up to questions, Kim had asked a couple of questions by email, which
Oh, yeah,
each of
great.
you should have gotten copies of it. Just for transparency, though, for everybody who's listening and here in the room, there was a question about digitizing the town records and whether or not the new position would be able to assist with that, and also funding reserves. So we do have reserves for digitization and town restoration of town documents. Not all town documents are held within the town clerk's office. The town clerk's office is responsible for land records. And so, as Lisa indicated, certain percentage of each recording that happens goes into either the general fund, it goes into digitization, or it goes into the town restoration fund. So, and again, the position that she mentioned is not specifically for that role. That role is to build depth and succession in that department, and that department has grown. The volume that they do is unbelievable, and that's a great thing, because it's a result of the town of Hartford growing, and we want that growth to continue. But that growth has to be sustainable within that department. And then the second question, again, was following up on the assistant town clerk and the capacity for digitization, and what the timeline is for that. And Lisa did mention that we were on track and we were moving towards doing more of the digitization and the restoration. However, COVID happened. Life has happened in the last couple of years, and her and I have been having regular conversations about moving back towards that. But again, I just want to stress, as Lisa did, this position that she's asking for is not an administrative position. It is a position that will be doing all of the functions of the staff that's currently there. So with that being said, we'll open the floor to questions.
Kim?
Just because I think to follow up on that. So where is that restoration? I guess, let me go broader.
I know where you're going. Can I answer?
Yeah, please.
So a few years ago, we actually took out all of the restoration and the digitization along with the revaluation for the assessor's office. Those were all combined into the general fund. And it was back in 2021 that we took them all out of the general fund, and they actually have their own specific reserve funds, and they're in a different fund. They're a governmental fund, but they're in a different fund. It's Fund 25. You're not going to see it in the general fund, because the last thing that you want to do is inflate your revenues by having funds that are going into a different fund, and you'll also be inflating your expenses. So you don't see them on here. The only thing that you're seeing in the general fund are items that were specifically related to the revenue that is collected for the general fund, which is a government fund, as well as the expenses.
Thank you. And when does the restoration include, like, I've been in the vault, so for the Hartford Committee on Racial Equity and Inclusion, we've talked a lot about wanting policies, ordinances, et cetera, to be more accessible. And so I realize, are we referring to things like that as well as land records when we're talking about digitization?
The clerk's office is not a clearinghouse for all of those things. There is an ordinance book. It's quite old.
Yeah.
And before I came here, you could find, pieces of amendments or changes that have been added to it just physically. But that's not been updated in the time that I've been here. And I don't believe there's a digital, like a Word document or anything that you can modify as time goes on. And then policies are often department controlled.
Yeah.
So the policies that you all approve, such as the liquor licensing and the cannabis policy, those come down to us from the town manager's office and are recorded within the town clerk's office. So if it's a document that is required either by statute or some other function that has been in place for us to keep it, then that is in there. But the things we're talking about, so all of our land records are in fact digitized. So I want to be clear about that. The state, the town spent and a fair amount of money getting all of our records digitized they're housed in Laserfiche. Just a few years before I arrived. So one of the reasons I didn't jump right on putting our documents online is because that's another whole function, another whole system, a different vendor, and it seemed irresponsible to do that. One, I didn't know the office well enough, and two, to re-spend that money at that time didn't seem logical. But we don't house every document that I think you are thinking of. Our primary function is land record, recording, vital records and things of that nature. So we are not really in a
Not your
position.
domain.
It has not been, to my knowledge.
That's helpful. I mean, I've been meaning to reach out to see if it was, but what department domain is that? Or is it
I think that's a
manager's
work in progress
Okay.
based on the recent requests that we have. And I think that's a discussion for the board to have to where it's going to live.
Yeah.
And it's not something that's going to happen overnight.
Of course.
And, so I think having a board discussion and deciding where it should live and the timeline that we would like to achieve it.
Yeah, I'm very, very, very interested in that.
The other thing I'd add, Kim, in terms of the two funds. Before I started here, those funds were established by previous select boards that are very forward thinking in that way and understood the need for that. But since I've been here, the statutes have changed. It's now required that select boards establish those funds for the use by the clerks for land record restoration and digitization opportunities. So it is a statutory requirement
This is the
now.
Fund 25 that you're referring to, that
The restoration digitization, ours happen to be two separate funds, just they were established, I think, at two separate times, but they have similar functions.
Great. Well, and just also add, I'm 100% supportive of adding an assistant clerk.
Questions for Lisa from the board?
Yeah, a question on the part-time assistant clerk. This would be fiscal year 24, so really it wouldn't be budgeted. If it were approved, it wouldn't be budgeted and then created till next summer. Is that it?
That's correct.
Is that, how does that, I mean, I know that's the cycle of government, but does that work for you in your office? I mean, it's a full 8 months ahead of us, right?
We've been functioning in the time that I've been here, and it just is, and we'll continue to do that. But we will look forward, given the opportunity, to have another person on board so that we can, things that have gotten pushed to the back burner, perhaps won't have to stay there for as long.
Yeah, well, Lisa, I have a great respect of you and what you do and everything that's come out of your office. And so I guess my question is this, I'm supportive of this being on the budget for 24. Is this something that is so pressing that we should be looking for solutions in the near term?
I think the timeline that we have will be sufficient.
Okay,
We also, I mean, we're only actually 6 months away. I
Is it?
understand, it
Great.
feels like we're further away. However, the hiring process and everything, I think if the budget is approved by the voters, we certainly, as soon as it's approved, we will begin the process.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Any other questions for Lisa from the board? Okay, thank you very much, Lisa.
Thank you.
So just to recap, before she leaves, there are no outstanding questions for Lisa that she needs to follow up with you on.
Yeah, I don't believe so.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. All right, so we're gonna get to that break now. And then we'll come back to talk to the chief and the town social worker and also hear some more about the parking ordinance. So let's come back here at 5 to 8. Generous. All right, thanks, everyone. We're back from our break. Our next item is titled Police Parking Ordinance and Social Work. And we've talked a little bit about this tonight, just generally what the idea behind this was, you know, hearing from people complaints about cars being essentially abandoned or parked overnight in various park and ride, municipal lots, things like that. And so we wanted this sort of to be an evening where we would get some more education about the process, sort of what obstacles are in our path to actually getting sort of, you know, cars towed, what kind of legal constraints are we under, how we may, you know, look at the ordinance to see if it can be worded in a way that makes this more achievable, and some of that. So I know that there are people here who are going to have, I think, comments about, you know, what they've observed, and we certainly welcome that. I think we'll start, and we have Acting Chief Connie Kelly here. And then the social worker whose name I'm sorry I do not recall. If you could just identify yourself.
Yeah, I'm Kelsey Nanatovich.
Great, thank you so much. And if you'd like, I think we'll throw it over to you to start. If you can maybe give us an overview. Does that make sense? I'm getting looks okay.
That's great. So
yeah.
we have Paula Nolte here, HR Director, Acting Assistant Town Manager, Connie Kelly, Acting Police Chief, Kelsey our social worker. We also have Scott Moody, who is our acting lieutenant. All of us are here this evening because we do hear the residents. We've heard the concerns, and we're very proud to report out that we've made some progress and we're taking steps. We hear you, we respect you, and so we're going to kind of go in a few different steps. Paula's going to speak about some of the recent conversations that we've had with our legal assistance and what steps that we what obstacles that we have and where we're moving with them. And then Connie's going to speak about the current parking ordinance that we have and some of the changes that certainly could be made. And then we'll follow up with Kelsey in her part. Scott Moody is here. If there's any additional questions that the individuals who are sitting up here are not able to answer regarding drug-related items.
Sure.
So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Paula.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gail. So as Gail stated, staff has been working very hard to try and address some of the issues that are happening around town. People overstaying, taking advantage of a generous community that we have. And it really has taken a lot of us, some of the challenges we face. So specifically, we're talking about motor vehicles that are on town property that should not be. They've either been camping or they've been overstaying parking guidelines, or they've been abandoned. And how we go about dealing with those. And as much as we would like to just be able to pick them up and move them, it's been a process. One of the first issues that we faced was towing. It's really hard to find or hire a tow company. That's their livelihood. They don't know how they're going to get paid. That was a challenge. We finally did identify one company who will work with us and who will work with the town. Another challenge was, as you know, the town has a fee schedule for everything we do. There is nothing on the fee schedule that has to do with storage of vehicles, that has to do with towing of vehicles. So another thing we were missing. Insurance risk. If we were to tow something and we were to keep it on town property, what's our liability? Attractive nuisance, things like that. And then, of course, there were the legal issues, the ordinances versus the statutes versus police policy. And of course, the cost, because there is a cost in all of this, actual money. So the good news is we have ironed much of that out. The town does have the legal authority to remove a vehicle that is on town property. I understand that this is part of a larger piece, but this is where we're focused, and we've made some progress. Again, abandoned, parked longer than permitted, or camping or overnight sleeping. How this will work is, as I mentioned, the police department, will notify the owner of the vehicle, the occupant of the vehicle, the person using the vehicle, that they can't be there, they need to move on, you know, it's going to be removed, you know, this is, you know, you're in violation of certain things. The police department cannot issue the order to have the vehicle towed. That has to come from the town administrative offices. So Gail and I, working together, would be able to contact the tow company and have them move the vehicle. The town will guarantee paying of the towing fee, will guarantee the paying of the storage fee. That is how we got someone on board to do so. Following that, there is the town applies for an abandoned motor vehicle certification, and in that case, the DMV has the obligation to reach out and try and find the owner of the vehicle and have a conversation with them, see what is going on with their, you know, can they pay, what will happen. If there's no response to that, a certificate of abandonment will be issued, and the town will be in the position to either sell or destroy that property. So this is current, this can be used now. I just, you know, it's tough, and we're going to try it, and we're hopeful that, you know, we'll make some progress towards serving all our residents, and we've been trying.
So Paul, it sounded like this is actually not necessarily part of the ordinance, but a state statute. And if we go to the DMV and they look for the owner and they can't find it, we actually can take title to the vehicle and then sell it or fix it up and do something. We could do something, but at that point we would actually own the property.
Correct.
Kim and then Lane.
What's the storage location?
Don't say that in public.
Yeah, it's
Not a
one
good
of
idea.
it's one of the towing companies that's has security, has insurance. It'd be a towing yard if you've ever had a vehicle towed.
Is that?
Yeah.
Okay, and that there's some agreement with whatever the daily rate is or whatever that, because I can imagine it probably takes some time for the certificate of abandonment to be achieved.
Do you have 30 days?
30 days. So just, do you have any idea of, like, so for one vehicle, what's a ballpark?
It's expensive. It is, the towing itself is $1,000. The storage is $80 a day.
Go ahead.
What is the legal definition of abandonment for a vehicle? Is there like how long does a vehicle have to sit to be abandoned or to be determined to be abandoned before we can start the process of doing this?
Okay. Well, why don't you respond to that one?
Or I can, a vehicle that, I didn't remember this, my apologies. An abandoned motor vehicle, a vehicle that is a valid registration plate or public identification number which has not been removed, destroyed, or altered, and has remained on either public or private property on or along a highway without permission of the property owner or the person in control of the property for more than 48 hours, or a motor vehicle that does not have a valid registration plate or the public vehicle identification number has been removed, destroyed, or altered, and has remained on either public or private property on or along a highway without the consent of the property owner or person in control of the property for any period of time.
So with that said, if we determine, if your department, I should say, determines that a vehicle is abandoned and you start the process of abandoned vehicle and subsequently someone comes and moves the vehicle, are we back to square one again? How does that work in terms of the whole process? Because in some ways there's there's a Russian roulette played around with the town with vehicles being moved from spot to spot. And I'm just not sure how that would play out because you start the process here, but yet it moves it here. So
that can happen. Just one other thing I want to make clear is that it wouldn't be police that is doing this. It
Okay.
would be the administration.
Town, okay.
Um,
Who is in administration?
And currently, it would be
Specifically.
myself.
Okay, and who notifies you of that vehicle that needs to have that started then?
we would be working together. Gail makes the final decision as the town manager.
Okay, but you don't go out and look around the town.
We could go around and look around the town. We could hear from someone, several residents, you know,
I mean,
Typically, what happens with abandoned motor vehicles, it's not necessarily, so that definition, when you're gonna go and do the title search and look for the owner and that's after the vehicle's been towed.
Oh,
And it's
after.
in storage, it's in a secure facility. And typically, it's the wrecker operator that. When a wrecker company tows a vehicle at owner's expense,
Mhm.
that's what it means. So if you don't come in, you don't pay your bill. For X amount of, period of time, the 30 days, and I'm making that as an estimation. I have to review the statute to make sure it's actually 30 days. But once that time frame comes and goes, then the wrecker operator goes through, they apply for the abandoned title, they take ownership of the vehicle, they may auction it off to whatever they need to help recoup money that they've lost for the tow and their storage fees.
so if a vehicle is parked in spot A, all right, and then, well, I'm gonna get around this, I'm just gonna move my vehicle to spot B within the same town parking lot. Do we still have that ability to?
So two of the follow-up questions I asked when I heard that, thinking of what was going on. One was if a vehicle is parked for 7 days, if occupants come and go, same lot, they can move it from one space to another. It doesn't matter. They're still on town
Okay,
property. So if it's parked for 7 days, occupants can come and go. They can leave it for 3 days and come back in 2. That doesn't restart anything. Them being there doesn't restart them being with the vehicle. They can't.
it's still
so
considered
they can-
abandoned, so.
So we could
Okay,
still tow.
Excellent, that answers a big question that's been had.
And then the other one was, if a vehicle is parked for just a day or two, we do need a way to generally confirm that they are sleeping in it or that they are camping in it. We have a few ideas as to how we would be able to keep track of something like that.
And we don't do the old fashioned chalking of tires anymore to know that cars have been moved, so that's a kind of a tough one there, so, yeah.
Can I just follow up on that same thread that, so you're saying if there's, so for example, in the South Main Street lot, if there's a resident that lives South Main Street and they park in that lot and then they go to their home and they might leave their car there for 2 days and then leave and come back or go or just move their car because it's not supposed to be in the same spot for 7 days. What's the difference between that and what you're talking about? Like, because you're just
Yep, so the three biggies are abandoned, parked longer than permitted, and camping or overnight sleeping. So if they are not okay to park in that lot, then.
But if they're not, if it's a public lot, so, if it's a vehicle, say it's a recreational vehicle and it's in one spot and then it gets moved, but they're not sleeping in it, would we tow it? I mean, I'm using hypothetical. I feel like I know that there would be like communication around this. I'm not questioning like how you're going to do it. I just want to justify that, like, people who use that lot who live and work in town compared to someone who, I mean, like, is the actual delineation someone who's living in their vehicle compared to someone who might live at the Legion Apartments and have an RV?
I would say if we were going in order, abandoned, camping or overnight sleeping, and then parked longer than permitted.
Okay.
Does that make sense? I mean, the purpose behind this is people who are parked longer than permitted and
which
camping or
7 days
staying
in the South Main Street
in their
lot.
thing.
So, Mr. Chairman.
Are you done?
Sorry.
Yeah, to be perfectly fair, I mean, I think I don't know what our, and we have a parking ordinance where we're going next, and I think that they can better speak to
Great.
that,
I'm sorry, I
whereas
think
I'm
I'm
sort of
getting ahead of-
focused on the other.
It seems like in this case, there was at least a state statute that could authorize us to actually do the towing and eventually possibly get title outside of the current ordinance that we have. So we wouldn't necessarily need to add that to the ordinance, although we may want to take a look at our ordinances.
Yes, and that was recommended.
I think.
Lanny, and then
So one of the things that I can't take credit for this, and maybe this is under your parking enforcement aspect coming out, but one of the things that, because we've had this discussion in the past about tenant residents that live at the Mount Busey's property downtown or other properties that downtown. So if and I know it's going to take some legwork, but if somebody could get a pass for these people, just to signify that they are residents of these locations, so that their vehicle would be not towed, that would make so much more sense. It would end all the conversation about park vehicles that are authorized or are not authorized to be parked in these spaces. And I think that would take a lot of the guesswork out of the equation.
I hear what you're saying, Lanny, and I know that it's been brought up in the past, but I think individuals who are not violating the parking ordinance, I don't think having a parking pass is going to make any difference. Like if you're intending to violate it, it's not going to matter if you have a sticker on your car or not. And individuals who live at any of these units and utilize the public parking, if they're coming and going, they would never be in violation of the parking ordinance anyways. So I can see how sometimes, having a parking pass would be great, but individuals who have active lifestyles and come and go.
Except for Kim's example, though, somebody goes away on vacation.
Well, was on vacation, someone staying at the Hotel Coolidge and parks over there. I mean, it doesn't have to be all residential people living.
No, and I appreciate that. It'd be no different. We have individuals who come and they leave their car here because they're taking the train. That's communication, having open communication, being transparent. If you know that you're going to be gone for an extended period of time, it would be take it upon yourself, especially with the parking situation. If you're a resident of the community, you know that parking is a challenge anyways. And even if you're not a resident of the community, an individual to go and leave their vehicle for 7+ days and not say anything to anybody. I think some of the accountability needs to go on the individuals who own the vehicles.
Disagree with you at all.
As well. So, again, I appreciate the parking pass, parking sticker thing, but we're a team. We're supposed to be a community and we all need to work together. And, the presentation that Paula just gave is simply to let everybody know that we're taking steps. We hear the frustration. We're trying to do what we can do as management currently. Will we be visiting a different parking ordinance? We probably will at a very early in the future. However, right now we're taking these steps, and I understand that the money is scary to everybody. It's going to cost a lot of money, but I think going back at what cost are we going to put it at? We have residents that are concerned. We have residents that are scared, and we're trying to respond to their concerns. And hopefully it won't take a lot of times for this to happen, that the community will understand that the management and the board wants to do something about the concerns and make sure that everybody feels safe. And so I just want to make sure we don't lose sight of why we're here and what we're trying to achieve tonight.
I really appreciate that. And there's no way that we're going to be able to fix every situation down there. And I completely understand that. And as you said, and I completely agree with, there is some ownership that needs to take place on the people that are there at the lot. And there needs to be an educational aspect for the community as well. So
absolutely.
So I agree with you. I think you're on the right track. Thank you.
Michelle, did you have a comment?
Sure. Michelle Belensz, White River Junction. Just something to keep in mind. The Planning Commission just approved a huge project downtown Northern Stage, and they gave them parking variance. So we think parking is challenged now. Just wait till we have more development So I hope that the town thinks about that, coordinates that. Unfortunately, we're not at the point where we can rely on public transportation, although I know that's an aspiration. People still use cars. And with this approval, the parking situation downtown is going to become more problematic. So it's good you're talking about it now, and I think that everybody needs to keep that in mind, that that we need to coordinate everything. And if planning keeps putting forward projects that need parking variances, then we're going to have a bigger problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Presentation before we.
Mr. Chair.
I just had one
a quick
question.
question.
Well, I got people.
I thought I was after Lane. And it's a super quick question. I was just wondering if I could get the state statute.
That's what I was asking. Thank you very
Code or
much.
number.
That's it.
Yeah, we can get that. I have it in an email. I can get it for you, but yeah, we should let
That'd be great.
everyone-
Just so I could pull it out and look at it for reference. Yep, thanks.
All right, Connie.
Okay, so some of the problems that we have with the current ordinance. Typically, so I've done a little research on other towns and what their parking ordinance is like, and not a lot of towns have parking rights, so that's been a bit of a challenge to find something that addresses all of the issues that we have. But typically an ordinance will follow a statute, so the format is similar. So if you look at most statutes, they'll start off with definitions. That's something that our ordinance is lacking, is definitions. And the problem with that is then it's subject to interpretation. And, it's like witnessing a crime. Somebody can read something and they're going to interpret it differently. You witness something, everybody witnesses it differently. So that's one issue. The ordinance itself, all it addresses is, what you can't do. And then your penalty is towing. There can be other penalties besides towing, and you can do a progression. So that's another piece. Also having what we just discussed, having an abandoned vehicle, actually those definitions, those things defined. And also have that in the title, in the ordinance, that when a vehicle is abandoned, that the town can take ownership of the vehicle, and having that clearly defined. Clear penalties. We have no penalties, so there's no enforcement other than towing. And as Paula explained, our hands are very, very tied when it comes to towing vehicles. The ordinance also, which is huge, is it needs to be fluid with the development of the town. So when this was written, we have one park and ride, Wilder Park and Ride, and it's defined as the Wilder Park and Ride. Well, 10 years from now, we might have another park and ride in town, and then we're going to be rewriting this ordinance down the road to accommodate another park and ride. So having it defined yet vague at the same time, I know it sounds like two opposite ends, but it gives the best enforcement ability for us as a police department, and coverage for us as a town as well. So having those things in mind, like I said, I did some research. I reached out to other chiefs throughout the state, got copies of their parking ordinances, and started developing a draft of a parking ordinance that has clear definitions, addresses the municipal parking lot. And I'm not saying everything in our current ordinance is bad. I took a lot of stuff from our current ordinance, put it into a new proposal, and added things, made it more defined and limiting. Instead of parking for 7 days, you park for 1 day. And what is a day? Having that defined, what is a parking space? What is an oversized vehicle, a recreation vehicle, or motor vehicle? All of those things need to be defined because they are subject to interpretation. So really that's where it's at, is working on a draft and a proposal to give us more enforcement value and to take care of the town and future development in the town as well.
Good. Lenny?
So I know that one of the biggest reasons that I remember wanting to get something like this set up was for snow removal in the wintertime, particularly South Main Street lot. And then it just sort of morphed from there into something bigger. So that's why I guess it came together hastily, unfortunately. And I really appreciate your work on this. I really look forward to having a more streamlined approach towards this thing. And I guess looking back, it was kind of hastily done about snow removal stuff. So, but the biggest problem I have, or not problem, the biggest concern I have is that it's still going to allow for snow removal for this winter while we're still working on getting something better drawn up.
Yes.
So, okay.
And I'm not saying this is bad. It addressed the needs at the time when it was written for the town. It's just, we need to have something that's a little bit more detailed again, but yet vague to encompass town growth.
Yeah, this is like throwing a sledgehammer at a 2-penny nail. So
It's definitely a work in progress, and going along with it will be public education to make sure that everybody understands what the new ordinance is going to be. And we'll have many discussions about it as it's.
Yeah. Dan, did you have?
Yes, so if the owner goes to pay the fee to pick up their vehicle or their RV, is there a fine that also gets paid to the town as a result for going through that process? And if the company sells or does something, makes some money off of the vehicle, does some of that get kicked back to the town to cover the cost that the town has paid for potentially 30 days to tow it and store it?
So 2 things. So for all parking or just
so in other words, if a vehicle is abandoned or something, or ends up somewhere at a facility, is there the person pays the fee to get the vehicle back? Is there any fee that goes to the town for going through that process?
So that's something we're going to need to look into, because the only way we could contract with a towing company was if we guaranteed that they would be paid.
Right.
And also, according to the attorney's opinion, that vehicle, if it is abandoned, comes to the town. It would, I mean, I don't know if, I don't think a tow company is going to want to like finagle and say, they have offered to say they can dispose of it for us and have given us a price for that.
Right, but what I'm saying is, so I own the vehicle, it gets towed, it's stored there for 30 days. So the town is paid, $80 a day plus towing. When I go to pick it up, I pay those fees, right? Then would I be charged the fees that I pay to the town as well? Or could we pay something for the time
I
that
think
everyone
that's
does?
part of the new parking ordinance. Bonnie talked about penalties.
Yeah.
And so I think that would be something that would be worked into it. Right now, we don't have anything in
Right,
place.
so I'm saying, but I'm just
Yeah,
thinking down the road.
Right,
perhaps we
so I
want
think
to.
that's part of the penalties part going forward, and unfortunately, right at this particular moment, we don't have a penalty that goes along with it. If an individual wanted to claim it, then obviously, yes, they would have to pay those fees, otherwise the town will end up with it.
Currently, though, what would happen is this is a unique situation with what we're dealing with. Typically, if it's just a vehicle that's being towed and there's no issue with trying to find a tow company, the tow company will come in, they'll tow the vehicle at the owner's expense, they'll store it at the owner's expense. The owner doesn't pay for it, there's nothing on the town because we haven't put anything out for that tow. So it's up to the owner to pay the bill. If they don't, then the record company will go after the abandoned title.
So in my second part of that question is, so if there's a vehicle there that's been stored for 30 days and then the tow company can sell it, for $5,000, does some of that money come back to the town, or they keep it all? I mean,
They would keep it because there's no monetary loss to the town for that. We're just making a phone call. So there's two separate situations that we're talking about. So the current one with the RV, nobody wants to tow that. That's been the problem. And they don't want to tow it without being guaranteed payment. So that's what the town has worked on, is getting guaranteed payment. But if it was just a regular vehicle that's violating the parking ordinance and it's been towed, it's towed at owner's expense. And if they don't claim their vehicle after X amount of days, there's no expense to the town because we didn't have to guarantee anything for them to tow that. It's just.
Right.
For them, it's okay, I might actually.
But if the RV is there and the town's guaranteed payment, and then the towing company sells it for $5,000, are they gonna give that money back to the cost of the town since the town's already paid the?
No,
Take
because,
fees?
because when they send out that title.
Yeah.
It comes to us, it doesn't go to the
Gotcha.
tow company.
Okay.
So what seems interesting at least is I was just looking up that statute as well. So we've got sort of the process that's in place statewide, and then we've got a proposed ordinance, you know, that we'll look at with various penalties, certain different conditions like that. But just for people who ask, it's 23 VSA 2152 that allows a law enforcement officer to remove or cause removal of an abandoned motor vehicle from public property. There's also a section on private property, and then an abandoned vehicle is defined in 23 VSA 2151. And so what that is under the state law is a motor vehicle that's remained on public or private property or on or along a highway for more than 48 hours without the consent of the owner. And it also has a valid plate or VIN number. They can also, an abandoned car is also, if it doesn't have a valid plate or VIN number, it's a motor vehicle that's been on public or private property without consent for any period of time. So sort of the distinction, there's the car that's valid and licensed, and if it's over 48 hours, that's one thing. And then ones that have no VIN or plate, seems like it can be almost immediate. And so I think there's also the question of the interplay between what the state allows and what we would do in a town ordinance. So I know we've got a lot to sort of discuss there, but it's certainly interesting. Lanny?
Yeah. So you mentioned that nobody wants to tow the RV. I can only assume, and this is not just in the particular case of the RV. There was a trailer down in the parking lot. There's no value in the vehicle, and it's going to cost them more to get rid of the vehicle than the value of the vehicle is. And at that point in time, that's where the cost is going to come back to have to be on the town's part. So I guess with that being said, then we're going to bear the cost on this, and that's acceptable. But how long do we, I guess it's going to have to be written into it, how long we leave the vehicle at the place and bear the cost of this thing before we say demolish it. That's the tricky part, I guess, that I'm going to left up to you.
Yeah.
You guys really know.
Yes, we brought it there, we would start that, the abandoned,
certification.
yeah,
And
the
that's a
certification
30-day.
to do the title certification and such.
Okay.
So as soon as we would get there, we would send it off to the DMV. And then Connie thought as an average, the DMV would probably take about 30 days.
And where, where will this funding come from? I know we have to pay it from somewhere. Where is the funding for this? Is it going to come out of the PD budget? Is it going to come out of our general fund? Where will the funding for these cases come from?
Right at this moment, we don't have a funding source. We're going to have to find one. And it's a town-wide effort, and every department is aware of it. We're responding to residents, taxpayers who want something to be done about it. And that means staff need to make adjustments within their budgets to accommodate for it. No different than if we have a major failure at WABA at the ice rink, or we have a major failure here. We need to find the money to do it. And we're making an effort to respond to the residents and their concerns of what we need to do. Does that mean we're going to have to cut some stuff out of our budget that we don't want to, and that we may come back at a later date and ask for it? That's probably going to be the case. I don't feel as though we have an option at the moment.
No.
Either we continue to let things unfold the way that they are and have residents feel unsafe and unhappy and
I don't
additional
imagine
challenges. So to answer your question in short, I don't have a money tree outside that's going to pay for any of this. I will be asking all of the staff, the department heads, to help cover these costs.
I can't imagine it'll be more than half a dozen vehicles before, over the period of the year. But I mean, most people are gonna be picking up their vehicles and bear their own cost, so cost to us, like, I can't imagine it'll be that big of a number, but who knows?
I think, you know, the town has been able to absorb a few other incidents that have come up that we were not planning on, and we managed to get through with that, and we cut corners as we needed to. So I'm confident that we'll be able to come up with the funding.
Well, I'm confident. I just want to, you know, let people know that it's going to happen. I guess is the big thing. So, Kim.
Two things. One, I presume you sue, like, whoever this one company is that's agreed to do this towing, that we would enter into a contract to hold them to like whatever they say. So then they would just enter. And then my guess is there need to be an exception to the purchasing policy, because it will end up being over 4,000 or whatever the threshold is for us to have to get approval.
I think that's a great question. I think that most of this is just unfolded and I would say the last week, because we're finally being able to make that progress. So yes, if we were going to enter into a contract with them, and depending on, you know, we could estimate that if they did 3 towings a year or 5 towings a year, you know, at $1,000 each, and then estimate the days, then yes, we would need to do an exception to the purchasing policy.
And then the second piece is, I really appreciate the progressive penalties, and hope that there would be at least a couple that were not monetary. Like, I'm sure there would be warnings, notices, that kind of thing, because you know, saying that someone will go pay and pick up their own vehicle, I mean, it's not, particularly if you're living in your vehicle, you might not have $1,000 to go pick up your vehicle. I mean, it's kind of perpetuating poverty in a way. So the farther we can try to accomplish the goal without financially penalizing the individuals would be much appreciated.
Yeah, and that was part of the conversation too, because that is someone's property in their place, and it is important to give repeat notices. You know, I don't think we certainly don't want them to be there and take advantage, you know, as long as they have been. But I also don't think it's a thing of, you know, the next day, get them out of there. You know, you give them, and I know for a fact that PD has been, they do monitor that. They do offer services, you know, so it's there, that outreach has been there all along.
And just one more follow-up on that, you know, I don't know where the planning commission, the proposed modification of the zoning regulations in order to allow RVs to stay on property with permission for more than 2 weeks could really dovetail well with this, in the sense that, like, what the state statute seems to be really about, if the person who has the property allows that vehicle to be there, is a big differentiation. And I feel like I'm not sure what the status is of the RV proposed zoning change, but I think that could be a complementary piece to this whole puzzle.
Michelle, or have you guys done the presentation?
Kelsey needs to finish.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask Connie a question about enforcement. And one of the things that I have noticed since the pandemic are these temporary license plates that look like they've printed off a computer. And I would imagine that would be an opportunity for people to not really have their car registered. And it seems to me that those plates are hard to read for law enforcement officers who are trying to do traffic, enforce traffic. And so I'm just curious, I know this came from the state, that, you know, and they haven't gone back to issuing the other temporary plates that we have, which are much easier to read. And wondering if the town can reach out to the state Because, in talking to some officers, it's a real problem. And it hinders their ability to do their job. And, in my neighborhood, there was a particular house, and there were 6 or 7 of those vehicles every day. And some of them covered their license plates, and they were all paper and temporary, and, and so that's just a question I have for you since you're here, and we were talking about license plates and registration and things, because that's another tool. If something, the registration's expired, that's another tool for the police department to use.
So the paper plates, DMV has found it to be very beneficial and easy for them to have them continue the way they are.
What? Say that again?
DMV, they find that it's very beneficial so they went to the paper plates that you can print off yourself because of COVID.
Still temporary.
Yes, they found that was a great tool. It was an easy tool, and they have decided to keep with it, and it's not anything that we have any control over.
Will your new flock cameras, if funded, be able to read those paper ones?
No, and actually, any type of temporary plate, they don't come back.
Yeah.
So whether it's the paper, like paper off your computer versus the traditional paper plates, either way, it's the same. It's the same for us.
Perfect. Are we ready to hear from Kelsey now?
I think so. Yeah.
Awesome.
Hello. So I'm Kelsey, the police liaison at Hartford. So I'm embedded and I am out of HCRS. I just want to kind of say a little bit of what I do currently. And a lot of what I do is boots on ground, responding to critical incidents, early intervention, de-escalation, building community partnerships, and then continuously outreach and follow up, and not just talking to somebody one day, but continuing following up, checking and seeing how they're doing. And then another thing that I've been working on is a lot of collection of data and seeing what we are seeing in Hartford. I was very lucky to go to a police social work conference and learn that the biggest thing was data. That was what we needed. Every community is different. So the more data we can collect on Hartford, the better we can have all of our agency organizations work together to support people. So I did bring a little bit of data here for you guys real quick. And so in the time that I worked at Hartford, which is back in, I started March of 2022. So in all my referrals, about 40% of those referrals are all mental health related. 22% of those referrals are juvenile mental health related. And then we have also 37% are either actively engaged in some type of mental health services or services in community agencies, or they have been active and became inactive. So getting them back into those community agencies. And then it looked 34% are needing multiple community support. So that would be housing on top of mental health, juvenile on top of support in schools. And so those are the more complicated ones to try to figure out and go through. But that's what we are seeing right now. So that's kind of what I brought, and I just wanted to introduce myself, start to get to know the community. I will take a couple of questions if you guys had anything, but just so you guys had an overall and everybody could meet me.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Are there any questions? Best choice.
And there's a hand up.
Okay, we'll do that after that. Yeah.
Yes, I wondered about the data. I know that you're new to the position, but that position has been there for a bit. And I'm just asking, is there any data that has been collected that is available for the public to view so that we could see? Because I see every week we see the police and all of the calls they have. I'm just thinking, is any of those calls we have, is it decreasing because we have someone like yourself and the other position that we have? And seeing if those are making big impacts. That's my question.
Yeah, then that's a wonderful question. And so the biggest challenge kind of we're running into right now is because I'm embedded with HCRS, we have to apply to HIPAA. So there are confidentiality things that I cannot track in data. And then when there are people who are not involved with HCRS, they're not getting tracked. But the great thing is Hartford Police Department, no matter if they had a social worker or not, they have documented every single time that they could have used one in the field. And I've been sitting down and collecting those and going through the numbers. It is taking me a little bit, but I am getting there. So I would like to, in terms of making them public, that would be a question of, again, confidentiality, what we would make public, because mental health and HIPAA, and I don't want to put that information out there. So maybe there might be a way to do that in terms of with people who are involved with HERS and not involved. Does that answer your question? Did I? Okay.
I also wasn't with a social worker, and I also know about HRS, and they do have data that is not specific to a specific person, and they do collect that quantitative data.
Correct.
On a basis. And that's what I just want to clarify. That's what I'm asking for. Not
correct. Yep. So HRS does have quantitative data, although it's different from a clinicals aspect of data to where the police social worker is its own form of things. So there is clinical data, but that's for the clinical side of HCRS. The police social worker is a completely different form and a completely different document that you fill out. And that's a little different. What's going to happen is you're going to miss the people who are not HCRS clients who are being involved with. So then that data is not going to be a overall picture of Hartford if we're not including all of that too.
Would it be safe to say that it's a in progress?
It is 100%. It's an in progress. It's just me right now, and I'm doing the best I can, but it is an in progress. Yes, of course. Okay.
Of course. Doris Fellaini, Wilder. I just want to say, Gail, especially, thank you so much for acknowledging what a lot of the citizens are concerned about. It's refreshing to hear that you're taking that step forward. And I'm really relieved that, you're all taking that step forward, and thank you for listening, select board, on that matter. And the mishaps that, we've seen with the RVs and the continuance of things that the town has to take burden on and pay for. And hopefully this is a little step forward that, with us taking actions that, people will continue to do this in the town, beautify our town. But I really appreciate, listening to you, Gail, tonight, and you're definitely an inspiration seeing you sitting there and moving forward on this. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you, Doris. Is there a hand on Zoom?
There is, let me see here. Oh, wait. Hold on. Marie? You can
Yes.
go ahead, Marie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, great. I ditto on what Doris said. It's a refreshing to listen to the conversation, and welcome and thank you, Gail, for taking over. And I just wanted to my little thoughts as everybody was talking there. $1,000 and $80 a day, that's $3,400 per car. So that's a lot of money. And then I don't know what the cost is if you're going to destroy it. I didn't realize what was going on down there in White River. My concern is mostly up here on Hartford Avenue. So what was I where was my train of thought with all that? What about putting a camera up there? And what is the, current situation with the camper that is there? And I think you ought to think of the Haven as far as fitting, some of the bills for this, because the people who are coming here, at least what we see on Hartford Avenue, are here because of the Haven. So I imagine they could foot some of the cost of these RVs. And if they're going to be parking anywhere, they can be parking in their parking lot for an overnight. Having it in a public rest area like that, where people are, trying to use that and are afraid to use it, is just not a good idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marie. Gail, I don't know if you want to.
Yes.
Anyone wants to address any of those?
Yeah, we can address the current RV that's at the Wilder Park and Ride, that they have been notified today that they will be towed tomorrow. So they have been given notice.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you. Are there any more questions or comments? Everyone
This is
assembled here?
outstanding to have this take place. I mean, I just want to congratulate you all for getting on. This is outstanding to see this.
It's been great.
Thank you. It's a work in progress and.
I agree. Thank you very much.
Very, very good to see all this.
I think we got another hand.
Daryl, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted you guys to keep in mind, maybe you could improve the signage that's at those locations as well.
Yep.
And do you have a plan? Is there, I hear you talking a lot about money, but is there any way to go after the owners or former owners of the vehicles to recollect some of that money?
I imagine some of this are questions that we still have to determine, but certainly I think we understand the cost is a lot, and to the extent we can recoup anything from the people who left the cars there, I think we would try to do that, but I think that's still an open question.
All right, we all set?
Yeah, I think so. Heidi has a question or a comment.
Heidi due to White River Junction. We talk about the public property, but what about the ones on private property that have violated the ordinance 260-34D2? We have a policy in this town that states RVs are only supposed to be slept in for 14 days in a year. And I know that the one at the Haven has been here for months. And I know that Joanne Elves tells me that it's not being slept in, but I know for a fact it is. Whether it's the people that are quote unquote being homed within the shelter or other people are sleeping in it, those lights are on every night. That door is being opened every night. People are in and out every night. There's a car that was at the St. Paul's parking lot since August, actually July 25th, I think is the date. It was moved and now it's been back in the Haven lot. I've sent you emails on it. It's still got personal belongings in it, set at the Haven now for almost 6 weeks. It's on private property because the Haven is private property, but it's also open to the public. So it's kind of crossing the lines. How do you enforce that? Because other people have said that the Haven is drawing people in. You have homeless encampments everywhere around that place, everywhere. I report it to you in emails. I draw it to your attention. I bring it to your attention. I've been assaulted in this town. I've been threatened in this town. I'm trying to hold my emotions in. I'm one of your biggest people. I'm one of the people that keep bringing this to you over and over again. This town needs help. We need these issues addressed, not only in the public, but on private properties. How are we going to do the private properties that are in public view that the public use? One of the RVs that used to be in the South Main Street parking lot is now parked right by Vermont Salvage. It's been there for almost 2 weeks, full of personal belongings. Nothing's being done. No license plates, no registration, no tags, nothing. Can I have some answers, please? Can the public have answers, please?
I think a lot of what we've discussed tonight goes to those issues.
But it's
how
all
we're
about-
trying to do that. I mean, if someone, I don't know what the town can do when it comes to someone's personal property. If I allow someone to park an RV on my land, I don't know that the town has any business, dealing with that. So I'm just not sure. This is what we're trying to work out tonight.
Right, so if you don't mind.
Yeah, no.
So as you know, new management, new changes, a lot of things have been happening. So our main goal right now has been working on town property. And we actually had another meeting today. Town property is our first goal. We only can take baby steps at a time. There's a lot of pieces that go along with each one of these. So our first step is taking care of the town property. And then the next step will be the private part of it and working with zoning and seeing what needs to be done. But and I hate to say this to ask you to be patient, but I also hope that you can see that we're making progress and you're going to start seeing some results, but this didn't happen overnight and we can't fix it overnight. So I just ask for you to be patient and trust. It's going to take a little bit, but we're working on it, and we hear you, we respect you, and we see what's going on as well, but we only can tackle one thing at a time.
Sure.
Thank you. Yes, Rocket?
Heidi, thank you for your comment. You know, your concerns are not new to the board. You know, I feel like I've heard you express them. I know we all have. I know you're not the only citizen that has expressed these concerns. I think Gaal makes a great point, which is that these are, you know, we only have so many hours in a day. And I think sort of jumping on to what Lanny said, I think we've seen amazing progress in the last, I don't know what period of time, but it's been really refreshing to have these direct answers and just try to work our way towards solutions as a community. So I want you to know that, like, we've heard your concerns. We still hear your concerns. There is also a certain degree to which private property, as much as you might dislike it, but there's a very limited amount to which a public body can tell people what to do with their private property, right? Now, if they are in violation of laws, then there is some degree to which law enforcement might have a role. It just depends on what those are specifically, right? But to a certain extent, I want to encourage you to just know, first off, that we hear you and that we empathize with your concerns. But secondly, the role, the power and role and responsibility that we have as a public governing body is limited within our rights from the Constitution down. And so the request that you make of us, there's only some things, it's not that we don't even want to help, it's just there's some things that we simply cannot do. So I think I would encourage you to just give some grace and patience to our town leadership as they're navigating a massive transition, but also to hear us and say that we do care and that these are things that we're trying to work towards. What do you think?
Thank you. Rocket? Heidi? Anything
There's
else?
another hand up.
Oh, go ahead.
Are you done?
When you remove that RV tomorrow, he's gonna go right to the Haven.
Not if it gets towed, it won't.
The RV won't, the occupants will.
Who do we have on Zoom?
Jerry.
Jerry, okay, let's hear from Jerry.
Jerry, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jerry Williams from Wilder, and I do want to congratulate you all for hearing and responding to the residents. I think that's a wonderful step, and I feel that it's the first step of solving some issues that are facing as a town. So I really I want to applaud you. I feel like that you not only heard, but you're trying to take some steps that will start, I think, giving a message to people, because this RV that we've discussed tonight has already been moved once by the town. It had to be moved from the other parking lot, and now it's at this one. And as I live in Wilder, and one of the things that I think would be a simple solution is lighting. There's no lighting at all at that Wilder Park and Ride, and I go by there every night, and there's a lot of stuff going on there at night. People are sleeping in their cars there, and it's very obvious because the car lights are on over and over every night. So I think some decent lighting would go a long way in terms of curbing some of the activity that's going on there, particularly at night. And the other thing is, I think that that is important is I've seen kind of the progression of, we had another issue in the Wilder Park and Ride some months back. And what happened was the public wasn't using the Wilder Park and Ride anymore. You'd go by and there were not, cars parked there for people that were maybe away for 2 or 3 days. And then when the vehicle was removed and the trash was cleaned up again, all of a sudden that changed. And, you could see people, the parking lot was full and people were using it as it was intended to be. So I think, and then when this RV has appeared again, there are fewer cars because it doesn't look like and it doesn't feel like a safe place to be. And it's very close. If you look now, when the leaves are gone, it is very close to neighbors behind that, that park and ride. And I looked at that the other night and thought, you know, if I were living in one of those homes that was right there, I would be terrified. So those are things I think good lighting could really help. And I appreciate the steps that you're taking. And I hope that we'll continue to take these steps and resolve the issues that we're facing with safety in our town. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Oh, yes, Joyce?
Yeah, I just have a very quick question. I just would wonder, I've looked on the website for the police department, and I'm having a real hard time finding out who I can get information from. And I just need to know, since these people are here tonight, if they could just tell me what's the best way to get questions answered.
Such as?
Like even.
So what kind of info are you looking for, Joyce?
I was even asking about, like, I don't know a lot of the new titles for people's job things, just a definition of what they are. So I know what the people are doing, or even like the data I'd asked for, you know, and those kind of things. These are questions I didn't need a public forum necessarily to do. It's just information, just so that I know what's happening. So that kind of, it's that kind of information.
So on our face page, like not Facebook page, but the face page of our website, if you scroll to the bottom, there's City Protect map. That will pull up live data of all calls that we're on. And they stay active for the entire, I believe it's 1 day or 48 hours. They show there's a column and then there's a map next to it, and maps where the calls are. You can also leave a tip, but then you can also go on that. When you go into the section of leave a tip, you can have it go into your email. So you can highlight a section of map that you want to have updates on constantly, and it will go to your email and will tell you everything that's going on in that specific area. I played around with it today because I didn't know that that was a piece that you could do, having it go to your email. You cannot do the whole town. You have to actually pick a section of town because the data set is just too large for it, but that's one piece. You can go into the staff directory that's on that. And if you're looking for like job titles and what each job function is, I'm happy to do a short blurb for you for what our job functions are.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Sure.
All right.
All right.
Thank you so much for this presentation.
You're all set.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Good. So our next item is a municipal planning grant. I think Lori is here to walk us through this one.
So I'll be very brief on this. It's fairly straightforward. And we are in the process of requesting consideration of a Vermont municipal planning grant. This is an annual grant process, and we would like to submit an application to do an update of our economic development section of our town plan. It's something that we haven't done in the last 20 years. It was the last time it was done, and it's long overdue. We had hoped to have done this much earlier, and then COVID came into the process. And so we're in a lot of catch up at this time on some of those updates to the town plan. The application maximum that we're asking for would be an $18,180 grant. That would be a total project cost of $20,000 and a town match of $1,820. What we would like to use it for would be the hiring of an economic development specialist that could help map out for us a path going forward based on research, data collection, citizen participation, and just really thinking through some clear strategies that are going to allow us to move into the next stage of economic development for Hartford's future. We have experienced a lot of changes, particularly since COVID, that is changing the whole dynamic in the way we think about the vitality of our economic engines in our villages, in our downtowns. And this is an opportunity for us to really dig into that. Another piece of it that's really going to be very helpful is the fact that it overlaps with the update that we're doing right now on housing, which is so intimately tied with our ability to have a vibrant economic community because of the lack of housing. So we know that there are some recommendations that were going to come out of the housing chapter that overlap with that as well. So what we have before you is a request to submit an application, a request which also goes along with completing and approving a designation of the chair of Michael Hoyt, as well as the municipal authorizing official, Vice Chair Dan Fraser as the alternate, and designating myself as the grant administrator for this. And I do have copies of the form, which I realized did not get sent to everyone, so we can distribute that if it's needed.
Anybody like it?
And it's very detailed in terms of the responsibilities that are associated with each one of those activities. Functions.
Questions for anybody?
Yep.
We need to add that part about designating Lori.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
As the administrator?
grant administrator.
Happy to make that in the-
Is there any questions before we take a motion on? Okay.
Oh, and the planning commission already approved this, right?
Yes, they did, and they just need to sign it. So we have a copy available for signature
Yeah, okay.
with and
Mr. Chair, move to approve the submission of the VMPG application and sign the fiscal year 23 municipal resolution for municipal planning grant form and designate select board chair Mike Hoyt as the municipal authorizing official and vice chair Dan Fraser as the alternate municipal authorizing official and designating Lori Hirschfield as the grant administrator.
I second the motion.
A second from Mary. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, carries unanimously. Our next item is the Housing and Homeless Committee staff assignment. And I think Lori, are you still on for that one? Right?
I am, but I don't know if there's much for me to offer at this point. I think my memo really outlines all of it, and this would be an opportunity for a really well integrated process of achieving the select board's desired outcomes, given our extensive participation in the topic of housing within our department work program, as well as within the responsibilities of the planning commission.
So this would still be it would still be what's the word I want? A charged committee, a standalone committee with voting members, an advisory committee, that's what I was thinking. So it still would be its own advisory committee, and one planning department staff member would be a voting member. So
I typically am not, we're not voting members
I
of
think in
it.
the charge,
I did see that in the charge, but normally in the way that we do function with our committees is that we provide technical assistance, and we do provide guidance and integration of the activities that they want to do within the parts of our department. Our way of doing it is similar to Conservation Commission or Historic Preservation, where they are an advisory group on a specific topic that integrates into the work program within the department, and with a specific charge that was given by the select board. There is overlap in the activities. We want to make sure that it's as well integrated as possible. But normally we do not take up voting role within that capacity. So I don't know how the board wants to approach it in that regard, but
I guess I defer to Ellie. Like And it's certainly the member of staff is at discretion of the town manager, so there doesn't have to be a town manager. So I guess how would you distinguish the difference between a standalone committee like H Corey or Sister Cities or something like that compared to the design review committee or the conservation commission? Like
So
what's the distinction?
my perspective of that may be a little bit different than how some others interpret it. For me, they're all standalone committees that serve as in the function as an advisory to the select board. And in that capacity, by assigning it to a particular department, we provide much needed guidance and support so that they are as effective as they can be. So it may be that some of the other ones in the past have not been given that structure.
Yeah.
My experience of being here for many years and what we're able to achieve, I think works best. That's my perspective in terms of making sure that the goals and objectives that are laid out for that committee are met.
Yeah, and just to clarify, Kim, and I'm not sure if I'm understanding or misunderstanding a question, but this, this is intended, as it was charged and the charge we approved for this to be a standing committee. And so it's not like this is acting as a separate, a different kind of advisory function from another committee, if that was your.
Right, I was confused about, and I'm supportive of it. I think I was just trying to distinguish what's the difference between it being housed in the planning department, which I think will be really valuable.
It's not, my understanding is it's not this.
That's what Lori's proposing.
Okay, yeah, we could talk about that because it's my understanding that this discussion is around who if we are going to have a staff liaison, who that would be, but that this isn't a committee that's being housed under a department. There's a staff liaison and a connection so that we're being intentional about. I know we had a conversation also about, some of this this work of this committee could have crossover or complementary, value to what the planning commission is working on, for instance. And so not wanting to cross wires and wanting to be really mindful of statute and be intentional in that process. So my understanding was that having a staff liaison in this department helps to make sure that we don't cross those wires, but that this committee isn't being housed under the department, unless we want to be talking, that's what we're talking about.
My understanding when we discussed this and the benefit of it was as Ally described it, that it is a select board committee to advise the select board, but the expertise coming from the planning department would help that, would aid that.
Yeah, that was
so maybe it's just a mincing of words. I don't view this as a liaison because when I look at the definition of liaison, it really has much more of a stand back role. And my experience has been that a more active role from a staff support is much more beneficial to the outcomes that a committee can achieve.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, I think and maybe we're getting hung up in the wording of this, or maybe we're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
But is that absolutely yes? And I know I'm personally excited and appreciative and would be appreciative of having a staff liaison, which maybe that's not the right word, but a staff who's a staff member involved in the committee. But that still wouldn't mean that then the committee is housed under planning, and development, that it's still a standalone committee that's advising the select board as any other committee is, but with a staff member who is supporting that effort.
Yeah, I don't want to get hung up too much on the housed under.
Yeah.
The charge says up to one member of staff at the discretion of the town manager. If that staff member is the most appropriate staff member is from planning, then I think that would make sense. But I do agree that it doesn't make it like a sub unit.
No, it's not a.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
And I don't think there's any motion on this. Joyce, you had a question?
Yes. I just had a couple of questions about the charge itself. The word housing stock, I'm not sure what that means. I know it's in all of the documents and I'm just not sure what that means.
Housing stock.
Yeah.
No one wants to answer this.
Slow boil. Just kidding. It's just the number of units and the available units in the market.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the other question I have is just the seven action plans that's in this charge. Where did they come from? What, did they come from a document? I know it's been talked about a lot, but did they come from something or was it just a brainstorming?
Yeah, so thanks for that question, Joyce. And this came from the conversation, I think, around starting a standing committee and drafting a charge on housing and homelessness came from, we used to have an ad hoc committee on emergency shelter that was working, specifically on emergency shelter and more folks who are kind of immediately unhoused. And from those discussions, that committee proposed, hey, it seems like this will be an ongoing issue, unfortunately, and including a broader, scope around affordable housing as well could be useful. So those conversations started with that committee. It was brought to the board. There were many, many rounds of, discussion and revision around the charge to come to where we are with this charge currently.
And what I was asking is that I didn't know if any of it came from the original housing thing in 2019 or 20 that was done, or if there was pieces taken from any of that. That's what I'm asking, because I did hear all of your discussions about when you put them together. I just wondered if they came from a variety of documents, if it came as a result of your work that you did. That's what I was asking.
Gotcha. Yeah, I would say absolutely. Yeah. Coming from, if you're referring to that report from the ad hoc committee on homelessness, I think it's, a long time coming of a lot of different discussions and lots of research that's been done, starting with that committee, as well as, other committees and folks bringing stuff towards to us. So I hope that answers your question.
That does answer. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. Thank you, Alan.
Are we over?
Okay.
Yeah, you're all set. Okay.
I think we're all set. Thank you so much, Lauren.
Thanks.
All right, so now. This.
The only thing I might comment on that Hartford Committee on Housing and Homelessness is that I can't find the committee members. There's nothing listing there for when you click on the.
We just
on
have
the- Okay, so that's okay.
Well, today.
Oh, that's the one we're doing this evening. All right, my apologies.
Don't worry. Okay, we need a board liaison to the town school meeting committee. I'm just looking at sort of the town charter here. It looks like we're supposed to appoint one member for a 2-year and one for the 3.
Just a liaison.
Or are we just doing a liaison?
Yeah, this is not appointing someone to the committee.
It's just our liaison on the select board.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
This is the one that you and I are best not to do because we're.
Yeah, just because we
our-
may or may not run again, and
Right.
so there's a chance we could be a candidate there or not. So, anyone?
Possible conflict of interest. So.
I cannot take.
I cannot.
Yeah.
I'm full weight. I'm sorry.
To ease into it a little bit, so Lisa O'Neill and I have always in the absence of this committee, we've sort of run things and we make ourselves available to this committee because it's their first year. We give them information every once in a while, though they want an opinion from the select board and they don't want to have to come to a meeting and present it and suggest it. They really are just looking to make sure, hey, here's this postcard. Do you like this? What do you have ideas about what you want to talk about for one thing? It's pretty.
It's not a lot of work.
So is this is for the town and school meeting? That's the annual meeting that happens in March or February lead up to March.
So there's a committee and they do all the town meeting cycle events.
Right.
So information night, budget and candidates night, coffee with committees. So all those things that try and engage voters, they're in charge of sort of putting that on.
Do you have any estimation of what the workload is, the responsibility in terms of hours per month? Or?
They meet once a month. They are very strict about ending meetings at a certain time. I think they have 1-hour meetings. And I think they are amenable to you getting questions, answering questions. They just on occasion want to reach out and get an opinion from someone.
And report to the board like we do with committee reports, commission reports. So it's the.
No one wants it?
I want it. I do not.
And I will volunteer.
All right.
Thank you. Like rockets.
Thank you, Rockets. And we don't have to vote. We can just appoint you.
But it's information. We don't want it, just that I can't take it. So,
Thank you, Rocket.
yeah, I would take it if I could rock it, but.
Okay, so we're moving along here. Gate Street and Fairview Terrace retaining wall engineering selection committee recommendation. We've got this with this one.
Yeah, so Chris Hallsworth is here. And before he begins, I just want to make sure everybody stays on track that we're here to award a contract to the vendor. We're not here to discuss construction or anything else. We're simply here to award the contract for the work that needs to be done. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Chris for his less than 5-minute presentation.
Thank you, Chris.
Well, then I will read the memo to you because I'm sure you've all read it. In simple terms, I want to thank Gaal for actually bringing this forward to you and helping us find the money to finance this. Back in January, we developed a plan based on the board's desired path moving forward for this project so that we could narrow down the scope to the engineers as to what the project entailed. And we requested a comprehensive proposal that includes all the aspects of the work, including the geotechnical, structural, transportation engineers, lighting engineers, landscape engineers, everyone who can help make this a quality project and well thought out project. So we're not on the back end of construction trying to work out details. To that extent, we reached out to over 12 engineering firms directly, had some responses by email, and we did reach out to the original engineer on the project as well. That being said, because of workloads, because of all the funding available through ARPA and COVID, we got the response from one engineer. That engineer is currently working with us on several projects. They're doing excellent work for us. Separately from that, we conducted a review of their proposal, and it's scored, and I believe you have the score from the, we call them stakeholders, and it's not stakeholders of construction, it's stakeholders of the process of implementing the engineering plan. And they all came up with a very good score of 92, which is an excellent score. So you get what you pay for, and compared to other engineers, we've received bids. This is actually at the middle of the road pricing for this. So we're here to recommend moving forward with it. I will make a note. I know that politics always plays into it further down once we realize the real cost. We do have stopgap points. We will get our engineer's opinion of cost at 50% work. That's what it takes to actually develop an accurate price with some options. When that happens, you will have the amount you need for bonding or borrowing. And then you can make the determination about the remainder of contracted services. But I will remind you, this is a public roadway. It is endangering property. If we do not move on this at some point, we are being negligent and ultimately responsible for damage because we know of the problem.
Questions, Manny?
Who was the evaluator on this?
There were several evaluators. So we had Tracy as the town manager representing the manager's office. We asked someone from Parks and Rec for that aspect of it because there's talk about public art and so forth along the wall. Unfortunately, he couldn't fit it into his schedule, so we deflected that to, and we held his hand a little bit to our highway foreman because he's the one who will have to maintain it, which is currently a very challenging aspect. From the planning department, a very, very thorough review that I was happy with was Matt Osborne. And then from DPW, from administration, the interim director did it for us. And then, of course, I also do a review just to make sure that I agree with the scores and did research the references, which all came back positive.
I almost hate to ask this question, but I'm going to anyways. How much would this allow for scope creep in the future This is
At this-
strictly based on a one-way, correct?
This is based on the board's recommendation, which was one way with pedestrian access. I will tell you that getting to one way and pedestrian access brings you back to where about the natural top of bank was of that hill. The slide or the problem is beyond there. If you were to move beyond there, you are getting into a greater cost. And I believe we're getting away from the subject.
No, no, I
So
know.
I will go back to what Gail said.
No, yeah, I'm just worried about a future board deciding that they want to go back to two.
Right, so,
Yeah.
but we need to deal with
I
what's
know.
in front of us now and
understand.
what's been requested,
I
so.
understand that. Just like to go more and then you can always downsize, but in this case, we can't upsize, so.
I would warn you against going more on a cost because when it's there and available to spend, it will be spent. Chris, great to see you. Thanks for coming out this evening. So my understanding is that we only got this one bid. So it's kind of an up-down vote. And if we vote down, then there's, it just kind of. Then there'll be two things you'll be doing. You'll be delaying the project, which is detrimental to a bid that was scored very well. Yeah. The second thing is you'll be taking the future competitiveness of the bidding process out of it. We do our bids in a particular way to A, for the purchasing policy, and B, to keep it competitive. And now the released bid will be out there for all parties to take advantage of. Sure. Yeah, well, and I do want to comment on your answer to Lanny, just all the hands that touches. It seems like a massively collaborative effort. So I know that a lot of the staff aren't here. You're representing the whole team of people, but I do want to acknowledge that there's been clearly a lot of work that went into this. I appreciate that. Mr. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion whenever.
I will take one. Can I just make one comment before that, though? And I'm not sure if this is even a point for consideration right now, but because we use Du Bois and King for so many things within the town of Hartford, when can it be viewed as their monopoly?
Well, it can because they don't have a monopoly in this area on engineering, and there was a competitive bid process. Everyone else had their due chance, including companies that are listed in our top three.
Okay, I just want to make sure we don't have this coming back some way, so, all right, I'm fine.
Rocky, go ahead for the motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that the board accept the proposal of services by Du Bois and King, along with the subcontractor Geodesign to facilitate advancing the Gate Street and Fairview Terrace retaining wall stabilization and reconstruction project with the goal of stabilizing or replacing retaining wall segments 1A, 1B, and 4, as described in the scope of the project section 2, and to authorize the acting town manager, Gaal Ostrap, to sign the contract with Du Bois and King.
Second.
We have a second from Dan. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, wonderful.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chris. All right, that will bring us to commission reports. Let's go from Melanie on down.
I have nothing this evening.
Nothing, Ally?
Nothing.
Oh, hey,
Nothing.
Mary? Yeah.
I have so much, I don't know where to start. No, I'm done.
Yeah.
I got one.
All
Okay.
right.
Planning Commission had another almost 5-hour meeting last night in which they approved 3 applications with with a lot of public comment and discussions among the commissioners. They approved 1 application for site development plan to convert a hotel into a multi-dwelling unit and office project in a newly rezoned general commercial residential district near the CA hospital. And another second was they voted to reconsider the requirement to provide an internal access drive between F Valley Haven and St. Paul's Church. And lastly, they approved a site development plan for a multi-dwelling and performing arts facility on Gate Street.
Fantastic. All right, I don't have anything, so we'll go to the consent agenda. Look at you, Dan.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we approve payroll ending 11/26/2022, approve meeting minutes of 11/15/2022 and 11/22/22. Approve AP manifest of 11/23/22 and 11/29/22. Approve select board meetings of 11/6, 11/8. I'm sorry, 12/6, 12/8, and 12/13 and 2022, as well as 12/15 and 12/27/22.
Second.
We have a second from Ken. Discussion. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so that's the consent agenda. I will take a motion to go into executive session.
I move. We go into executive session.
You're gonna.
That's right, sorry, I'm so sorry.
I know.
In accordance with Vermont's open meeting law, one VSA. Section 313, I move that the select board entered into executive session to discuss confidential attorney-client communications of which premature general public knowledge would clearly place the public body or person involved at a substantial disadvantage in the appointment or employment or evaluation of a public officer or employee.
A second.
And a second from Dan, discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay. We're gonna go into executive session. We will be back. Hopefully
David,
fairly
you're gonna
shortly.
stay this time, right, David?
Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, make a motion to come out of executive session.
Motion.
Mary seconds. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we're out of executive session. We did deliberate and consider the applicants for the Housing and Homelessness Committee. And so we will take a formal vote. If someone would like to make a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Ally?
I move to appoint Alex Belensz, Patrick Danaher, and Dan Nott to the Hartford Committee on Housing and Homelessness for 2-year terms beginning November 29th, 2022 and ending November 28th, 2024.
Second from Lenny. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. All right, I will take a motion to adjourn.
Non-debatable.
We have a second. Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you, everyone.